is, I just wanted to mention briefly that a few months ago, I presented a paper at a conference completely devoted to panpsychism, and much of it was on cosmopsychism, co-organized by Philip Goff and Andrei Bukharev at Marist College in New York. And so there's a lot of really interesting cutting-edge work being done by people like Philip Goff, Ite Shani, and a number of others working on cosmopsychism. And I think that Aurobindo has some really important things to say and to contribute to contemporary conversations about cosmopsychism. So now, but things are not so smooth for cosmopsychism either from a philosophical standpoint. If cosmopsychism avoids one hard problem, it gives rise to another hard problem. The problem of providing a coherent explanation of how the single universal consciousness individuates into the distinct conscious perspectives of various creatures. Different philosophers have given this problem different names. Miri al-Bahari, for instance, called it the decombination problem, but I prefer the term individuation problem, and that's the term used by Freya Matthews, for instance. And different proponents of cosmopsychism have proposed a variety of solutions to the individuation problem. And I've just mentioned some of the scholars here, but there are others as well. But it's the biggest problem right now for cosmopsychism from a philosophical standpoint. And so if you're able to provide a satisfactory solution to this individuation problem, then cosmopsychism becomes a very viable contender for the best theory of consciousness. And here I think that Sri Aurobindo makes a really important contribution to contemporary debates about cosmopsychism. As far as I'm aware, there's Matthias Cornelissen is the only scholar who has discussed Sri Aurobindo's views on consciousness in detail. I could be wrong about that, but I think he's the only one who's published on this, apart from me, more recently. And Cornelissen argues that panpsychism is the Western concept of consciousness that comes closest to Aurobindo's view. And I fully agree with Cornelissen on this point, but he doesn't discuss the different forms of panpsychism and whether Sri Aurobindo is better understood as a micropsychist or a cosmopsychist. But so I want to build on Cornelissen's valuable work, but I want to claim, and this is not a claim made by Cornelissen himself, I want to claim that Aurobindo espouses a sophisticated form of cosmopsychism in particular that has great contemporary relevance. So the structure of my talk is as follows. It'll have three main parts. First, I'm going to discuss Sri Aurobindo's prescient reflections on what he called the central problem of consciousness. So notice how similar the language is to Hard Problem of Consciousness of David Chalmers. And I'll talk about Sri Aurobindo's arguments against materialist reductionism in the first part. In the second part, I'll explain how Sri Aurobindo developed a panentheistic philosophy of what he called realistic Advaita on the basis of his own spiritual experiences and his intensive study of the Vedantic scriptures. And what we'll see is that he derives from this realistic Advaita philosophy a highly original doctrine of evolutionary cosmopsychism. This is my term, evolutionary cosmopsychism, according to which the divine Satchitananda is, quote, involved in everything in the universe, in Sri Aurobindo's technical sense of involution, and gradually manifests itself at each stage of the evolutionary process, from matter to life to mind, and ultimately to supermind, the final stage that is yet to come, upon the attainment of which we will attain knowledge of our true nature as Satchit Anand. So in one sentence, this captures, I think, I hope, Sri Aurobindo's evolutionary cosmopsychism. In the third part of this brief presentation, I want to outline Sri Aurobindo's novel solution to the most pressing problem for cosmopsychism, namely the individuation problem. And his solution is that the divine Satchitananda individuates into various distinct consciousnesses by playfully limiting itself through a process of what he called exclusive concentration. And I'll try to unpack what he means by self-limitation and exclusive concentration in that third part of my talk. So first part, Aurobindo on the central problem of consciousness. Over half a century before David Chalmers, Sri Aurobindo declared that, quote, the problem of consciousness is the central problem. And he contended that consciousness is an apparently, quote, insoluble miracle that eludes materialist explanation. And this is how he explains this problem of consciousness. He says the following: consciousness of existence is a second insoluble miracle. It seems not to have been and now is, and it may be that someday it will not be. Yet it is a premier fact, and without it, being would not know of its own existence. Things might exist, but only as a useless encumbrance of a meaningless space. Consciousness makes being self-aware, gives it a significance. But what then is consciousness? Is it something in the very grain of being, or an unstable result, or fortuitous accident? To whom does it belong? To the world as a whole? Or is it peculiar to individual being? Or has it come from elsewhere into this inanimate and inconscient universe? To what end this entry? So I think this is a really important passage, and I think more people should know how deeply Sri Aurobindo has thought about consciousness. So this passage requires a lot of unpacking. What makes consciousness so puzzling, according to Sri Aurobindo, is that it is perfectly conceivable that things could exist without conscious awareness. That's what he means when he says things could exist only as a useless encumbrance of a meaningless space. This should remind us of David Chalmers' recent conceivability argument against reductionist explanations of consciousness. So I'm thinking of his 1996 book. According to Chalmers, if a reductionist theory of consciousness were satisfactory, then zombies, creatures physically identical to us but lacking consciousness, would not be conceivable. But since zombies are conceivable, reductionist explanations of consciousness must be false. And remember, he raised a series of questions, about 5 or 6 questions. What is consciousness? Is it something in the very grain of being, or an unstable result, or fortuitous accident, and so on and so forth? These questions raised by Sri Aurobindo at the end of the passage are very significant because they canvass a variety of possible solutions to the riddle of consciousness. And specifically, the first is materialism. When he asks whether consciousness is an unstable result or fortuitous accident, he also raised the possibility of panpsychism when he asks whether consciousness is something in the very grain of being. And he also specifically raises the possibility of cosmopsychism when he asks whether consciousness belongs to the world as a whole. So he was aware of all of these different possibilities. And against the materialist hypothesis, this is his own language, that consciousness must be a result of energy in matter, Sri Aurobindo claims that, quote, no mere mechanism of gray stuff of brain can explain thought and will, the imagination of the poet, the attention of the scientist, the reasoning of the philosopher. And he then presents a sophisticated argument for panpsychism that resonates strongly with contemporary arguments in philosophy of mind. So he says the following: there's no parity, kinship, or visible equation between the alleged cause or agent on the one side, and on the other, the effect and its observable process. There's a gulf here that cannot be bridged by any stress of forcible affirmation, or crossed by any stride of inference or violent leap of argumentative reason. Consciousness and an inconscient substance may be connected, may interpenetrate, may act on each other, but they are and remain things opposite, incommensurate with each other, fundamentally diverse. An observing and active consciousness emerging as a character of an eternal inconscience is a self-contradictory affirmation, an unintelligible phenomenon, and the contradiction must be healed or explained before this affirmation can be accepted. But it cannot be healed unless either the inconscient has a latent power for consciousness, and then its inconscience is phenomenal only, not fundamental, or else is the veil of a consciousness which emerges out of a state of involution, which appears to us as an inconscience. So this, again, is a very dense passage, and it requires some unpacking. According to Aurobindo, the problem with materialist theories that reduce consciousness to some physical process, such as a brain state, is that they are unable to bridge the gulf between the alleged physical cause and the effect, that is, conscious experience, which remain things opposite, incommensurate with each other. I think he thereby anticipated Joseph Levine's well-known argument that materialist theories leave an explanatory gap between physical processes and conscious experience. Sri Aurobindo then goes on to argue that emergentism, the view that consciousness emerged from non-conscious matter at a certain point in our evolutionary history, is, quote, self-contradictory and, quote, unintelligible. Since only like can emerge from like, and insentient matter is fundamentally unlike consciousness, the latter could not possibly have emerged from the former. Once we rule out the possibility of emergentism, Aurobindo claims, then only two possible explanations of consciousness remain. Either the inconscient has a latent power for consciousness. So I think this position is akin to what contemporary philosophers call pan-protopsychism. Or, Aurobindo says, the inconscient is, quote, the veil of a consciousness which emerges out of a state of involution. It's this latter position, which I'm calling an evolutionary cosmopsychism, which Aurobindo, I think, defends. What should be kept in mind, however, is that he motivates his general panpsychist position on the basis of rational arguments against materialist reductionism and emergentism. In doing so, Aurobindo anticipated Galen Strawson, who has recently argued for panpsychism on the basis of the principle of ex nihilo nihil fit. Strawson contends, very much in an Aurobindonian vein, that, quote, there must be something about the nature of the emerged from and nothing else, in virtue of which the emerger emerges as it does and is what it is. Okay, the next thing to keep in mind is that Aurobindo was first and foremost a yogi and a mystic. He was a philosopher mystic, we can say, but his philosophizing was grounded in his spiritual experiences. Accordingly, his evolutionary cosmopsychism was not an intellectual hypothesis arrived at through ratiocination, but an insight he claimed to have gained through his own spiritual experience. And this is a quote: "It is not only in things animate, but in things inanimate also that we must see Narayana, experience Shiva, throw our arms around Shakti. When our eyes that are now blinded by the idea of matter open to the supreme light, we shall find that nothing is inanimate, but all contains, expressed or unexpressed, involved or evolved, secret or manifest, or in course of manifestation. Not only that state of involved consciousness, which we call unknown or matter, but also life, mind, knowledge, bliss, divine force, and being. Prana, manas, vijnana, ananda, chit, sat. In all things, the self-conscious personality of God broods and takes the delight of his gunas, the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas, comprising prakriti. Flowers, fruits, earth, trees, metals, all things have a joy in them of which you will become aware, because in all Sri Krishna dwells, pravishya, having entered into them, not materially or physically, but by chit, the divine awareness in his transcendent being." So according to Aurobindo's spiritually grounded worldview, the sole reality is Sat Chit Ananda, being, consciousness, force, and bliss. Consciousness force is his English rendering of the Sanskrit term Chit Shakti. The infinite, impersonal, personal divine consciousness, which in its personal and dynamic aspect as Shakti, manifests as everything in the universe. In his philosophical masterpiece, The Life Divine, he elaborates this divine cosmopsychism in great detail. In an illuminating letter, he summarizes the core argument of The Life Divine by first outlining what he calls his realistic Advaita philosophy, and then elaborating a highly original doctrine of evolutionary cosmopsychism. So this is that passage. He says, "There's possible a realistic as well as an illusionist Advaita. The philosophy of the life divine is such a realistic Advaita. The world is a manifestation of the real, and therefore is itself real. The reality is the infinite and eternal divine, infinite and eternal being, consciousness, force, and bliss. This divine, by his power, has created the world, or rather manifested it in his own infinite being. But here in the material world, or at its basis, he has hidden himself in what seem to be his opposites: non-being, inconscience, and insentience. The being which is hidden in what seems to be an inconscient void emerges in the world first in matter, then in life, then in mind, and finally as the spirit. The apparently inconscient energy which creates is in fact the consciousness force of the divine, and its aspect of consciousness, secret in matter, begins to emerge in life, finds something more of itself in mind, and finds its true self in a spiritual consciousness, and finally, a supramental consciousness, through which we become aware of the reality, enter into it, and unite ourselves with it. This is what we call evolution, which is an evolution of consciousness, and an evolution of the spirit in things, and only outwardly an evolution of species. According to Shankara's what Aurobindo calls illusionist Advaita philosophy, the sole reality is the impersonal and attributeless, meaning nirguna, pure consciousness, which only appears to manifest as this world due to our ignorance. By contrast, according to Aurobindo's realistic Advaita philosophy, the divine Satchitananda is both personal, saguna, and impersonal, nirguna. The Sat aspect of Satchitananda corresponds to the impersonal absolute accepted by Shankara, while the Chit aspect of Satchitananda is what he calls consciousness force, a personal and dynamic Chit Shakti, which has the inherent capacity to manifest in and as the world. So Aurobindo, unlike Shankara, holds that everything in the world is an emphatically real manifestation of divine consciousness. According to Aurobindo, evolution has both an outer and an inner dimension. Darwin's theory of physical evolution through natural selection provides a more or less accurate account of how various species have evolved in the course of the Earth's history. But what Darwin overlooked is the inner spiritual evolution of consciousness through the mechanism not of natural selection, but of divine involution. Divine consciousness, he claims, is involved in everything in the universe and progressively manifests itself at each stage of the evolutionary process, from matter to life to mind, and ultimately to supermind. Up to this point, he claims humanity has evolved to the stage of mind, which is only a transitional stage on the way to the culminating stage of supermind, upon reaching which we will realize that we are none other than the one infinite divine consciousness, playfully manifesting as everything and everyone in the universe. Moreover, he argues that the evolutionary transition from mind to supermind is inevitable, since the divine consciousness involved in the human mind will necessarily press forward until it can manifest itself here on Earth to the fullest extent. Now we get to this thorny individuation problem for Aurobindo's cosmopsychism. Of course, Aurobindo's evolutionary cosmopsychism raises the individuation problem in an acute form. If the sole reality is divine consciousness, then how is it possible for this omniscient, omnipotent, and morally perfect divine being to manifest as ordinary imperfect creatures who are ignorant of their divine nature? In The Life Divine, Sri Aurobindo himself raises this individuation problem quite forcefully. He says, how could this manifold ignorance, or this narrowly self-limiting and separative knowledge of ordinary creatures arise and come into action or maintain itself in action in an absolute being who must be absolute consciousness and therefore cannot be subject to ignorance? How is even an apparent division effectively operated and kept in continuance in the indivisible? The being, integrally one, cannot be ignorant of itself. And since all things are itself, conscious modifications, determinations of its being, it cannot either be ignorant of things, or of their true nature, of their true action. But though we say that we are that the Jivatman or individual self is no other than the Paramatman, no other than the Absolute, yet we are certainly ignorant both of ourselves and things, from which this contradiction results that what must be in its very grain incapable of ignorance is yet capable of it, and has plunged itself into it by some will of its being, or some necessity or possibility of its nature. Aurobindo points out here that his metaphysics of realistic Advaita raises both what I would call a how question and a why question. The how question is, how is it even coherently possible for a single perfect divine consciousness to become or manifest as all the various individual creatures, each with their own imperfections, limitations, and ignorant conscious perspectives. This, I think, is clearly a version of the individuation problem currently being discussed by philosophers of mind. But Sri Aurobindo also raises a further why question in the final sentence of the passage. Even if it's a coherent possibility for the divine consciousness to manifest as ignorant creatures, why would it do so in the first place? Did the divine consciousness plunge into ignorance out of necessity? If so, then it's difficult to see how God can be truly omnipotent. And if, on the other hand, the divine consciousness chose to manifest as ignorant creatures, but couldn't refrain from doing so, then we would need to ask why God would make such a seemingly counterintuitive choice, which entails so much suffering for his creatures. Now, first, let's focus on his response to the logical coherence question, so the how question. Regarding the problem of logical coherence, Aurobindo's solution in brief is that the all-knowing divine consciousness manifests as ignorant creatures through a special process of what he calls self-limitation. His account of divine self-limitation presupposes his metaphysics of a sevenfold chord of being, the 7 planes of being or consciousness which it is possible for us to occupy. The higher 4 planes of being, namely Sat, Chit Shakti, Ananda, and Vijnana, and here Vijnana corresponds to supermind, constitute what he calls the upper hemisphere of manifestation based on the spirit's eternal self-knowledge. Obviously, the first 3 planes taken together constitute the divine Satchitananda itself, which is the sole reality and our true nature. The 4th plane of supermind is what he calls the divine gnosis, a mediating principle by which Satchitananda manifests as everything in the universe. Every one of us is capable of attaining salvific knowledge of our true divine nature by raising our consciousness to one or more of these 4 planes of being. As Sri Aurobindo puts it, if we enter into these principles or into any plane of being in which there is the pure presence of the reality, we find in them a complete freedom and knowledge. The remaining 3 planes of being, namely mind, life, and matter, constitute what he calls the lower hemisphere of the manifestation, which he explains as follows. These 3 lower ones, meaning mind, life, and matter, are in themselves powers of the superior principles, that is, Sat, Chit, Shakti, Ananda, and Vijnana. But wherever they manifest in the separation from their spiritual sources, they undergo as a result a phenomenal lapse into a divided in place of the true undivided existence. This lapse, this separation, creates a state of limited knowledge, exclusively concentrated on its own limited world order, and oblivious of all that is behind it and of the underlying unity, a state, therefore, of cosmic and individual ignorance. I think this passage contains, in a nutshell, Aurobindo's response to the individuation problem. And here's how I see it. Our various ignorant conscious perspectives result from a twofold process of divine self-limitation and exclusive concentration. So number 1, the divine consciousness manifests in the world by limiting itself to the 3 lower planes of matter, life, and mind. Number 2, this self-limited consciousness becomes so absorbed in or exclusively concentrated on its own limited egoistic purview, grounded in the 3 lower planes, that it loses its awareness of the divine Satchitananda at its basis. Crucially, however, Aurobindo insists that this lapse of Satchitananda into a state of ignorance is merely what he calls phenomenal, not in the sense of being illusory, but in the sense of being a superficial ignorance that belongs not to the essence of Satchitananda, but to certain aspects of its manifestation here on earth. And finally, I want to talk briefly about his response to the why question. Apart from the question of logical coherence, there's a further why question. Why did Satchitananda choose to manifest as ignorant, suffering creatures in the first place? In response to this question, Aurobindo appeals to what could be described as a spiritual Hegelianism. So this is my term. The divine Satchitananda freely chooses to plunge into inconscience and to manifest itself gradually in the course of evolution for the sake of the unique delight of achieving, quote, a new affirmation of Satchitananda in its apparent opposite. So this is a quote from the Life Divine, but I think it's quite strikingly similar to phrases found in Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit, for instance. As Sri Aurobindo puts it, it is to find himself in the apparent opposites of his being and his nature that Satchitananda descends into the material nescience, and puts on its phenomenal ignorance as a superficial mask in which he hides himself from his own conscious energy, leaving it self-forgetful and absorbed in its works and forms. From Aurobindo's perspective, only the divine Satchitananda is so daring, so powerful, so self-assured, that it would freely choose among its infinite possibilities of manifestation the one that involves such a deep and perilous plunge into apparent inconscience, with all of its attendant imperfection and suffering. So for a more detailed discussion of Sri Aurobindo's evolutionary cosmopsychism and his response to the individuation problem, please look at my article, which was published recently in The Monist. This is part of a special issue of The Monist, co-edited by Iteshani and Janathan Ganiri. The whole special issue is on cosmopsychism and Indian philosophy, and my article is called The Playful Self-Involution of Divine Consciousness, Sri Aurobindo's Evolutionary Cosmopsychism and His Response to the Individuation Problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swamiji, for this very interesting, elaborate discussion on Sri Aurobindo and cosmopsychism. It was very powerful, deep reading of Sri Aurobindo and the problem of consciousness. Just one thing I want to know from you, Swamiji, that do you think that somehow Sri Aurobindo's understanding of consciousness, it's not just a Vedantic interpretation, but at the same time, he has made some kind of synthesis of Vedanta and Tantra, and that reflects in his understanding of matter as a Chit Shakti.
That's an interesting question. That's a nice question. It really depends on what you mean by Vedanta, because it seems to me that he is suggesting that the true original Vedanta is the Vedanta of the Upanishads, for instance, and Bhagavad Gita. That's why he wrote essays on the Gita. That's why he wrote a new commentary on the Isha Upanishad. And what you'll find, what he claims is that original Vedanta of the Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita, you do find a concept of Chit Shakti. For instance, in chapter 15 of Gita, you have the concept of Purushottama, which is beyond Kshara and beyond Akshara. And so you're right that Chit Shakti has affinities with Tantra, but I think that you can actually, according to Sri Aurobindo, you can find the concept of Chit Shakti and many other elements that you find in Tantra in the original Vedanta of the Prasthanatraya, especially the Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita. But as long as you don't rely on the traditional commentators, the sectarian commentators like Shankara and Ramanuja, because they become more one-sided. But Sri Aurobindo thinks that you can find tantric seeming concepts in the original Vedanta itself. This also reminds me of a booklet published by Jayadeva Singh on the Shaivagama of Kashmir in relation to Vedanta. It's published by Goldpark, RMIC. And he also points out that the original Upanishads come very close to Tantra in certain respects because it accepts Nirguna Brahman, it accepts Saguna Brahman as well in different places. And there's no hierarchy or claiming that only one is ultimately real. And so I think you're right that in Sri Aurobindo you find elements that seem to be tantric, but Sri Aurobindo himself claimed to have found those seemingly tantric elements in the original Vedantic scriptures, the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. I think somebody has their hand up, Dr. Shoilendra Singh.
Om Shanti Swamiji. And it's a very lucid presentation. It's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I have few queries regarding Sri Aurobindo's thought process. First one is that all the Neo-Vedanti like Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo, are they starting their presuppositions apart from the realistic Vedantic position that Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya Jiva Brahma Napara? they are starting from their thought process with Sarvam Khalu Idam Brahma. First thing is that, and why this mistake? I mean, they call it as a mistake done by the early Vedantin to understand the nature of reality. So once they presupposes that every manifestation of that divine, which is called reality, has it's the same prana, maybe the difference in layers as he decided in 7 layers. So it may be the impression of the study of his age of science, his age of the modernity, and that's why he develops such a different doctrine apart from the original Vedantin position.
Okay, it's interesting. I mean, I would be a little careful actually in the terms you're using. You referred several times to the original Vedantic position, but I think what you mean is classical Advaita Vedanta of Shankara, Gaudapada. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, they're not the same thing because actually there are schools of Vedanta which are older than classical Advaita. For instance, Veda Veda of Bhakti Prapancha. Shankara in his commentaries in Brihadakarana Upanishad, for instance, refers to Bhakti Prapancha's Veda Veda school of Vedanta. So Advaita Vedanta is not the original Vedanta. The original Vedanta, according to Sri Aurobindo, and I find it plausible, is the Vedanta of the Upanishads. And the Upanishads are not sectarian. You don't find the Upanishads saying Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya.
Correct.
You find it saying Sarvam Khalidam Brahma, as you said, and many other such statements. But what is your question exactly about that? About classical
I mean,
Advaita?
why Sri Aurobindo took this position, not in fashion position like accepting the reality of this world, and he developed a 7 layers doctrine, and he tried to resolve the problem, but Vedanti couldn't solve that problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Vedantins. I would say Advaita Vedantas. It's very important not to generalize because there's so many schools of Vedanta, and we're talking about Advaita.
Yes.
Yeah. So the thing is, because Sri Aurobindo had spiritual experiences which revealed to him the truth of Brahma Satyam. The way I like to put it in Sanskrit, Brahma Satyam Jagat Satyam. That's what he found. He found that the world itself is a real manifestation of divine consciousness, and so how could he defend classical Advaita Vedanta when he felt that? So, and he found that his own spiritual experience tallied perfectly with the original Vedantic scriptures, meaning the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita. And so I think he spoke on the basis of his own spiritual convictions, in my opinion, and because he thinks that this realistic Advaita philosophy better captures the true spirit of the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita.
Is he not trying to reduce the consciousness to support the reality into in the age of science or the matter? Science had, I mean, that in his age.
Trying to avoid. Yeah, no, I think he's trying to avoid that. I mean, that would be materialist reductionism, right? But he rejects that position, and he says that consciousness is fundamental. What is the nature of consciousness? It's divine consciousness. It's Satchitananda. And that one Satchitananda playfully manifests as everything in this world through a process of self-limitation and exclusive concentration. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, participants may raise their question or write it in our chat box. Swamiji, just one more query I have. If there is no one, just I
Yeah,
want
please,
to
go
know
ahead.
from you. Do you consider that? I mean, what exactly is the difference between this idea of panpsychism and cosmopsychism?
Yeah.
And do you consider that panpsychism is a better way? I mean, view for understanding the problem of consciousness? Because somehow, according to some thinkers, that panpsychism is a form of dualism only. So,
Yeah.
you,
Okay. So yeah, the way I see it, but of course, different philosophers have different ways of explaining panpsychism in relation to cosmopsychism. I see cosmopsychism as a subset of panpsychism. So panpsychism is a broader term, and there are two basic forms of panpsychism. One is micropsychism, and the other is cosmopsychism. And micropsychism is the opposite of cosmopsychism because every micro entity at the most micro level is conscious. And then the big problem for micropsychist theories is what's called the combination problem, which is how do these different little conscious entities combine to form macro level consciousness, like your consciousness or my consciousness, for instance. So how can each conscious, like cell, for instance, combine to make up the conscious experience that I'm undergoing right now? So that's a combination problem which faces micropsychism. And as far as I'm aware, no panpsychist, no micropsychist has been able to solve the combination problem successfully. I think it's a really big problem. Sam Coleman has done good work on this, and I think really shown convincingly that the combination problem is more or less insuperable. That's part of the reason why dialectically philosophers now have moved away from micropsychism and have embraced cosmopsychism, which is a different form of panpsychism. It's not different from panpsychism, it's just a different form of it. It's different from micropsychism because it posits a single fundamental consciousness. It doesn't have to be divine. Of course, in Sri Aurobindo's case, it's divine, but Philip Goff, for instance, is an atheist and doesn't believe, he's a cosmopsychist who does not accept God, right? And so he wouldn't accept Satchitananda. So it doesn't have to be a divine consciousness, but it's a single consciousness, which then individuates into the different human level consciousnesses that we're familiar with. But then it faces the reverse problem, which is called either the decombination problem or the individuation problem. And that's what I discuss in the context of Sri Aurobindo. So I see cosmopsychism as a subset of panpsychism.
Madam Coordinator, may I allow to raise one query?
yeah, please, please, please.
Swamiji, I don't think this question is a very much genuine question, but still I'm asking that how long this debate of understanding consciousness or realizing consciousness will take on for the philosophers and for the scientists?
I didn't follow the question actually. What are you asking?
I mean, though it is a hard problem to understand the problem of consciousness, and scientists and philosophers both are trying to understand it. Even philosophers are trying to realize it also, and who have realized in their life, like yogin and sannyasis, who experienced it. But for a commoner people, uh, how long this debate is going to I mean, in which direction you are looking for to realize this problem, to resolve this, to understand this phenomena of
Yeah,
consciousness?
if I understand you correctly, you're asking when will this hard problem of consciousness be solved? And that's a very good question, but I have no idea what the answer would be. People have been grappling with this hard problem for centuries. So I don't know, but I think that the most promising direction is some form of panpsychism, taking consciousness to be fundamental. I think that's the most promising direction. I think that there are serious problems with micropsychism. That's why I think that cosmopsychism is so exciting. But there are, of course, other theories of consciousness which are also viable contenders. Miri al-Bahari defends what she calls perennial idealism, which is based more on classical Advaita Vedanta. And so in my work, I pit Sri Aurobindo's and Swami Vivekananda's and Sri Ramakrishna's cosmopsychist kind of approach I pit it against Miriam Bahari's perennial idealism, which is based more on a kind of Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya kind of understanding of consciousness. I think the problem with the Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya model is that it throws out the baby with the bathwater, because we're trying to explain the nature of our conscious experience. And if the solution is that ultimately our conscious experience is illusory and that the only truth is non-dual pure consciousness, then I think that's something like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. So I think that's problematic. Yeah, so that's all I'll say for now. I think some questions are coming into the chat box. Maybe we can look at.
Yes, Swamiji. There are 3-4 questions.
Okay.
One is, yeah.
Yeah, so okay, so Kanchan Gogde, whom I know, she had interviewed me a while ago, a couple of years ago. So Sri Aurobindo's concept of consciousness is multifaceted. Can you please explain, did he use the term in the way that the West uses it? I think he does. Like, yeah, I think he does. I mean, it depends on the context. Is he capitalizing the C, or is he lowercase? Is it a lowercase c? But in the context of the passage I had read early in my presentation, when he's talking about the central problem of consciousness, I think he's thinking about it exactly in the way that Westerners think about consciousness, which is qualia. I mean, it's first person qualitative, what it is like to be a bat, what it is like to be a human, what it is like to taste a cup of coffee. I think that's what he has in mind. I think that's what he's saying is the central problem. Yeah, but when it's capital C, then he's thinking of divine Satchitananda, divine consciousness. So it depends on context, but I think that in some places, especially when it's lowercase c, I think he is thinking of consciousness in the same sense that Westerners think about it in. Dr. Shindu Pudyal asks, wanted to know, are Advaita Vedantins sideline Tantra? Was it a deliberate attempt or just for the theoretical justification? I'm not clear on what this person is asking. Is he asking whether Advaita Vedantins sidelined Tantra and why? Is that the question? But I'm wondering what the relevance is to this discussion of Sri Aurobindo. Yeah, I mean, one thing I should mention, this is also going back to Munmun's, the first question, which is that Sri Aurobindo does acknowledge Tantra and points out similarities between his philosophy and Tantric philosophy. So it's not that he was pretending that that there are no similarities. There are similarities. But I think that he, again and again, goes back to Vedanta and says that if you go back to the Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita, you'll find these concepts, which Tantra has emphasized, but which you find also in the original Vedanta scriptures. Mahadev asks, are there any criticisms or challenges to Aurobindo's cosmopsychism that have been raised by philosophers or scientists? Yeah, there are some. I'm writing an article now, actually, which will be published in the Journal of Consciousness Studies, where I respond to some of the criticisms that some philosophers, I told you about that conference that I attended in Marist College in New York a few months ago, organized by Philip Goff and Andrei Bukharev. So there are some philosophers who raised some objections. Miriam Bahari is one of these philosophers who challenges cosmopsychism. And she thinks that this individuation problem is really problematic for cosmopsychists. She thinks that cosmopsychists can't give a satisfactory explanation of how a single consciousness can manifest or individuate into multiple different conscious experiences or conscious perspectives. So that's one of the big problems. Another one is David Chalmers and others, Joanna Leidenhag, for instance, they argue that cosmopsychists are too vague in explaining the mechanism of individuation, of explaining how a single consciousness manifests or individuates into multiple consciousnesses. And so, yeah, so the second charge is a charge of vagueness, basically. And Kollani Dash is asking, the Advaita Vedanta position is that Jagat is ultimately false, which is revealed in the Paramantika level. In the Vyavaharika level, it is very much real. Do you think Sri Aurobindo disagrees with this view? Yes, he definitely disagrees with this view. Sri Aurobindo is very explicit in criticizing the classical Advaita Vedanta position of Shankara. And he doesn't even accept the two-tier ontology of Paramantika and Vyavaharika. That itself is rooted in classical Advaitic metaphysics, which Sri Aurobindo finds to be deeply flawed. In fact, I have a separate article on this if you're interested. It's called Cutting the Knot of the World Problem, Sri Aurobindo's experiential and philosophical critique of Advaita Vedanta. And I discuss he has several chapters criticizing classical Advaita Vedanta and this distinction between Paramantika and Vyavaharika reality. So yes, he strongly disagrees with this view, and that's why in that letter that I quoted earlier in my presentation, he contrasts what he calls the illusionistic Advaita of Shankara with the realistic Advaita, which he defends in the Life Divine. Okay, any other questions?
Yes, Swamiji, there is one more. Oh, Professor Milan, please. Yeah.
I would like to just supplement, or I don't know, complement to one of the questions, linking, like asking why Advaita Vedanta, or maybe Shankara or post-Shankarites, ignore Tantra. One thing I have found out during the last few years is that unless we can disprove the authorship of Bhajagovindam and Saundarya Lahari, I have a copy I have been reading. There is a Shakta or tantric element in that. Ardhanareswara, the male half disappearing, completely enveloped by the female half. So if at all Saundarya Lahari was written or authored by Sankara, there are some elements there. Maybe he had used it for Chitta Suddhi, because for him only Jnana Yoga, Jnana, Marga is the only saving knowledge, saving path, the path which will help us to get moksha, that to realize that oneness, Jiva Brahma Ivana Paraha. So Shankara, if at all Shankara had written Saundarya Lahari, maybe to alleviate the finite, embodied beings, to make us to come out of this embodied state, maybe Shankara or maybe some post-Shankarite had put that into Shankara's mouth. Some element is there. Maybe other texts are also there. Saundarya Lahari has that. It may give us some idea how to relate Tantra, especially all these Shakta or Shakti cults, transmission element. So we may look into this matter. Right now, I can't tell you the final thing. This is what I want to suggest.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is that I don't think it's likely that Shankara composed Saundarya Lahiri, and part of the reason is because the texts that are known to be composed by him are the Prasthanatraya Bhashyas and Upadesha Sasri. And Upadesha Sasri has a poetic part. And if you look at the poetic meter, the poetic style, the poetic diction used, it's completely different from the kind of poetic style and diction we find in Saundarya Lahiri. Apart from just the ideas, the thematic content, I'm just talking about the level of poetic style. And so I think most scholars will not accept that Shankara composed Saundarya Lahiri, or Bhajagovindam is almost certainly not his, in my opinion, for the same reason. And so, yeah, I think that if you want to prove that Shankara's philosophy has tantric elements, I think the way to do it is to do it on the basis of prove it on the basis of his Prasthanatraya Bhashyas and Upadesha Sasri, but it'll be very difficult to prove that. Because if you look at his Brahma Sutra Bhashya and these other things, he doesn't accept the reality of Shakti. He doesn't accept the names and forms as manifestations of divine consciousness. Yeah, thank you. And I guess there are a few more questions. Should I address them? So
Yes,
Rem.
please. Yes, Swamiji, there are
Okay.
two more
So
questions.
yeah. So one question is, can you throw some light, more light on the distinction between pan-protopsychism and evolutionary consciousness? Even the former seems to argue to have the conscious stuff in matter, which evolves later. Yeah. So the difference. So I pointed out in my presentation that Schroederman actually was aware of this other position, which is called by contemporary philosophers pan-protopsychism. And the idea is that there is something which has the potentiality for consciousness, but which is not yet conscious. And whereas Sri Aurobindo's evolutionary cosmopsychism is the view that everything is already conscious because everything is divine consciousness. So that's the difference between pan-protopsychism and so the proto means it's almost consciousness, but it's not quite. It's about to be consciousness, but not yet consciousness. But Sri Aurobindo subscribes to the view that all matter is already divine consciousness, but it's involved in matter. And in the course of the evolutionary process, that involved divine consciousness will manifest. That's how I see it. And then Kanchan is asking, can you speak briefly on Sri Aurobindo on Sigmund Freud's psychoanalysis? He was critical of Freud's psychoanalysis, not because he completely rejected what Freud had to say. He agreed with Freud that there's a very powerful unconscious and that much of our conscious activity and behavior actually can be traced to unconscious complexes and impulses. So I think you would agree with Freud about that. But I think what he says is there are a number of places where he says that Freud, first of all, one of the problems is that he has a kind of bottom-up approach, and he focuses too much on the kind of sordid underbelly of our conscious existence. Whereas Sri Aurobindo has a kind of top-down approach where he says he starts with divine consciousness and he looks at how divine consciousness sort of manifests as at the conscious level and at the unconscious level. And Sri Aurobindo says that gives us a much fuller picture, because whereas for Freud, the unconscious has a kind of enormous outsized role in life. Sri Aurobindo wants to say that Freud is exaggerating the role of the unconscious and of the kind of baser impulses in life, and that and that Freud kind of also summarily dismisses transcendental realities. I mean, Freud was an atheist, right? And he was just skeptical of spirituality in general. I'm going to actually, or I wrote an entire article on this, on a debate between Sigmund Freud and Romain Rolland, who had written biographies of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. Many of you are probably familiar with Romain Rolland, but you may not know that they had a debate in the form of letters about whether mystical experience is possible, whether it's possible to have spiritual experience. And Freud's position is no, and he gives a kind of reductive psychoanalytic explanation of spiritual experiences, what Rolland called oceanic feeling. And Rolland says, no, but these great mystics like Sri Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda, and others, Sri Aurobindo, have had this experience of the oceanic feeling, and you can't just dismiss it. It's wrong to dismiss it. And so I think that Sri Aurobindo will criticize Freud's psychoanalysis in the same way that Rolland does, which is that he kind of dogmatically dismisses possibilities beyond this ego and possibilities beyond this material world. Kamalika Roy wants to ask a question. Okay, if the single divine consciousness manifests itself by plunging itself into matter, life, mind, etc., is it not thereby emerging as those evolutionary products? Well, no, I don't see it as emerging, and the reason is because emergentism really is the view that consciousness emerges from the non-conscious. But in Sri Aurobindo's case, divine consciousness is manifesting. It's already involved in everything, and it's just a matter of manifesting, right? So it's already present. It's latent. Divine consciousness is already latent in matter, And in the course of evolution, that latent consciousness becomes manifest. So that's very different from emergentism, which is the view that matter is actually completely insentient. Consciousness is not latent in matter, but that somehow at some point in the evolutionary process, consciousness emerges from non-conscious matter. But that's not Aurobindo's view. And I think that Aurobindo rightly claims that emergentism is an incoherent position. Because only like can come from like. And then, so this is the end of your question. Evolutionary cosmopsychism would thereby render itself as a kind of emergentism, which is actually totally opposite, depends on, yeah. So I hope you understand why emergentism is a fundamentally different position from Aurobindo's view. According to Aurobindo, consciousness is latent in everything. It's involved in everything, whereas that's not the view in emergentism. Emergentism does not hold that consciousness is involved in matter. It holds that consciousness somehow emerges from matter, but matter itself is not conscious. Okay, another question. Is integral, Debanjana Dev asks, is integral yoga related to consciousness? It's a very broad question, but yes, of course. I mean, because Sri Aurobindo, his entire scheme of sadhana, and he's written an entire book called The Synthesis of Yoga, explaining how through a combination of bhakti yoga and karma yoga and jnana yoga and raja yoga, we can actually realize our true nature as divine consciousness. We can have a direct spiritual experience of divine consciousness. So there's a very direct link between his integral yoga and his views on consciousness. And remember that his views on consciousness are not an intellectual hypothesis. They are grounded in his own spiritual experiences. Any other questions?
So this.
I would like to just as a last kind of thing. I was having this thing. I have worked on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Bhakti Rasa, wrote a thesis. I have access to Jiva Goswami's Satsandarbhas, Sanskrit text, and Rupa Goswami's text also. What I have realized is that I myself was desisting from this particular work because it's too theological and too mythical kind of sectarian orientation. Having trained in Advaita Vedanta, it took a lot of time for me to go back to the main issue of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy. I found philosophical part, ontological, metaphysical part is found in Jiva Goswami's book, the 6 volumes. And I have also gone through the entire, I think Vivekananda Foundation or Velur Math had published 6 volume. The 6th one I have not got it. That I even forgot the name of the series of the 6th volume. In one of those volumes, I have found when Swamiji of RK Mission had beautifully written, gave a very beautiful introduction to Gaudiya Vaishnava of Bengal. What I am trying to say here is that I would like to draw Swamiji's and others' attention to the fact that so many things which you have spoken to us, and it's very illuminating, linking Sri Aurobindo with Western counterparts, and then David Chalmer, and then I have been going through all this panpsychism and all these things for the last 4 or 5 years. I myself have a lot of things about this thing. But what I want to tell you is that many of the questions we have asked right now, you have raised questions raised by the young research scholars and teachers. They were, I believe, if I understand correctly, have not read Jiva Goswami's books, not even 5%. I've got all the Sanskrit text translated into Hindi because I don't like to read anything translated into English. They distort the things. What I am trying to say is that Jiva Goswami talks about Shakti Parinam word. Within the overall Achintya Bheda Bheda. Of course, Shankara himself anticipated all these things and he criticized long before. But Jiva Swami, he was talking about this thing, developed this thing based on the instructions of his two elder uncles, Sanatana Goswami and Jiva Goswami, Rupa Goswami. He was sent to Kashi and he was trained there in the Shad Darshans. So many of the questions, I will not give the detail. I just want to end by suggesting, by giving this very humble opinion of the fact that many of the issues we have discussed here were anticipated by Jiva Goswami's Shakti Parinamavad, Antaranga Shakti, Bahiranga Shakti, then that Jiva Shakti. Jiva Shakti is a kind of intermediate kind of Shakti, and then Tatastha Shakti, they call it. Then Maya Shakti is Bahiranga Shakti. Then Antaranga Shakti is actually then this what do you call Sangeet Shakti, and the other one corresponding to Chit that is there. No, not Sangeet is the Chit Shakti, and then Sat is I forgot because nowadays I'm remembering. I mean, I'm forgetting so many things.
Yeah, that's
So
okay. Yeah, but thank you. Thank you for introducing, some of the main concepts of Achintya Veda Veda.
yeah.
And that's certainly worth exploring. And one could do interesting comparative studies between Sri Aurobindo's views on consciousness and Jiva Goswami's. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so should we wrap it up?
Swamiji, I think there is one more last question.
Can you please explain the concept of integral yoga? Yeah, that's a very big question and it's not directly relevant, but you should read the book, The Synthesis of Yoga, for instance. Yeah, the main idea is that divine consciousness itself is both has both personal and impersonal dimensions. And as Chit Shakti, it's dynamic. And so that corresponds to the dynamic side of our nature. And therefore, karma yoga is an important practice. It's an important component of integral yoga. Engage in the duties that you have, various spiritual practices and whatever, but do them as an offering to the divine, as worship of the divine. And because there's a personal dimension to the same divine consciousness, bhakti yoga is also an important part of integral yoga. And so bhakti yoga means devotional practices addressed toward the personal God, addressed to the personal God. And then because there's also an impersonal dimension to the divine consciousness, that grounds Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge. And Raja Yoga is the path of meditation. And Sri Aurobindo says that the ideal is to combine all of these different yogas into this integral daily practice as a means of making the most rapid spiritual progress and also being very well-rounded. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you so much for your time and for this very, very interesting and I would say thought-provoking presentation. I mean, many aspects of Sri Aurobindo's understanding of consciousness you have raised and that we must read. Yes.
I think that's just by accident. So you can continue.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Swamiji, for your time. And I hope that we will get an opportunity again to listen you and can get the chance to interact with you. And also we will definitely read your papers on Sri Aurobindo's cosmopsychism and others related work. Thank you so much once again for your time. Thank you. So we have now Professor, since Milan has already joined, so I would like to request him to coordinate and chair the session. And our next speaker is Professor R.C. Pradhan sir, and I think sir has already joined. So I'd like to request Professor Milan to kindly coordinate the session. So please, over to you.
Thank you, Manmohan. I think we can immediately start. I hope Professor R.C. Pradhan is already there online. Um, I think, can anyone check whether he's online? Is there Professor R.C. Pradhan? I mean, right now with us, is Professor online right now?
Yeah, hello, good morning,
Okay, good morning,
Professor
sir.
Milan.
It's very nice to see you after a long time.
Oh, yeah,
You know,
very happy to see you. Yeah,
yeah. I was very happy when I came to know that you're the second speaker. So because I have seen you in person also physically, listened to you in so many ways. One thing I like in you in your thing is that your personality, because you are very sober and very positive and very welcoming. You never intimidated. You know, one thing I used to have a lot of problem with the seniors because sometimes I felt, I was trained in ICPR in those days, on early 90s, but
yeah,
Professor
yeah.
Singh, the Kalyan Bakshi, S.P. Banerjee, and then Professor Rajendra Prasad he was the
Yes, yes,
main,
yeah, exactly.
and all these stalwarts, actually, I was very fortunate to sit through their classes. And then somehow I even listened to you also many times. You never intimidated. And many of the
Okay.
senior professors, they intimidated.
Oh,
Sometimes we were afraid to ask
yeah,
questions.
thank
We
you.
were afraid to ask questions. We were intimidated. It took nearly 30 years for me to take up this courage to stand up and ask questions. So the floor is to you, sir. You may.
Okay.
So
Thank
we
you,
all eager to
Professor
listen to you,
Milan.
sir.
Thank you so much. And
Okay, sir.
thank you, Professor Chakravarti, and all the participants. Last time, yesterday, they all joined joined in my discussion, and today also they are in large number. So I'm really happy to be here on the second time under your chairmanship. So that is a kind of divine grace that I am in the company of very serious philosophers. Let me come back to the topic of the today's discussion. Uh, I will be discussing Sri Aurobindo's integral theory of consciousness. There are different ways in which Aurobindo could be interpreted, but this is what I find to be most congenial to enter his philosophical domain, that is through the integral approach. Let us begin with certain metaphysical commitments which Sri Aurobindo has. First of all, as we all know, he is a Vedantin, and again, he's an Advaitin, though not a close follower of Sankara, but he's an Advaitin on his own right. So entire his philosophical corpus is derived from the Vedic, Upanishadic, Vedantic tradition. So he doesn't hide the fact that he is really speaking on behalf of the ancient rishis of India, who really spoke about the unity of all reality. So in that sense, the first principle that he is committed to is the metaphysical unity or oneness of all reality. This we may characterize as the principle of unity or principle of non-duality, in the sense that this is the most abiding principle which underlies all his metaphysical speculations, including his notion of the spiritual journey of the human beings. So, what does he mean by the principle of unity? He had before him many choices, of course. He could have opted for the idea that the world is a Maya, and therefore we must really explain everything in terms of a principle which exclude everything. That is, if we take the traditional Advaitic interpretation of reality, that Brahman is real and everything is unreal. That option he didn't have, or he didn't choose to have. So he committed himself directly to the Upanishadic vision of reality as one which can be described as Chidananda, or what the Swamiji called the divine consciousness. In fact, Sachidananda has three components in it, which really reveals the metaphysical unity of all the three. That is existence, consciousness, and Ananda. They are not three separate entities, as we all know. Consciousness itself is real, that is existent, and existent itself is conscious. And therefore, that which is existent and conscious is also Ananda, the bliss, if we can use that word in the rightful way. So this principle is the fundamental principle, the absolute principle of all existence, all forms of consciousness, and all forms of Ananda. So in that sense, the first principle of the unity of existence is the most fundamental principle for him, in which he includes consciousness as the ultimate reality, as the absolute reality. The second principle which he is committed to is that there is a plurality. It is called the principle of plurality. There is not only oneness as the ultimate level, but also there is plurality of reality. There are many, many forms of reality, under which we have the universe as a whole, as a multiplicity of physical and non-physical phenomena. Yesterday, we discussed that the universe doesn't consist only physical phenomena, but also non-physical phenomena. Different forms of life, different forms of mentality, and different forms of consciousness. And this principle of unity, this principle of plurality also includes the human beings and the non-human animals, plants, and rest of what we may call the world. So in that sense, the principle of plurality is also essential for understanding Sri Aurobindo's metaphysical worldview. The third principle is the principle of ascent and descent, the principle of evolution in a sense and also involution. The principle of descent is the principle of involution. That which is the ultimate also manifests itself in the form of plural phenomena. This is the descent. That is, that which is the divine reality or that which is Sachidananda also comes down or involves itself in the multiplicity of the phenomena, which include both physical, that is material, and non-physical phenomena. These two categories you have to use, physical and non-physical. That is how the terminology goes. And there is no denying that there are physical entities and also there are non-physical beings. So if that is so, then the divine being, let us use that word also, which also comes from Sri Aurobindo, or that divine consciousness or the supreme consciousness, let us say, the absolute consciousness also manifests itself, comes down to the level of plural phenomena, plurality of phenomena. That means that which is absolute relativizes itself out of its own choice. That is the very nature of the divine consciousness, that it limits itself in the form of plurality of the phenomena. It limits itself in the form of the Jagat or the world or the universe. It limits it also in the form of the human consciousness. So this is the principle of descent. And that is very essential for Sri Aurobindo's philosophy. Unless there is descent, we cannot explain how the plurality is possible when the ultimate reality is one. If oneness is the ultimate reality, how will manyness be possible? This puzzle he can only solve by introducing the principle of principle of descent, means coming down. This is called the principle of involution, which Swamiji also highlighted in his discussion as well as in his speech. The other is the principle of ascent. If there is a descent, then the ascent cannot be ruled out, logically speaking. The ascent is that evolution that Sri Aurobindo talks about. If there has been a descent of the divine to the level of the world, to the level of human beings and other non-human beings, if such a descent has been possible, then why not an ascent? This is what we may call the theory of evolution, which Sri Aurobindo was bound to introduce to save the phenomena, to save the reality. If he had chosen to say, like Shankara, that the ultimate reality is Brahman, but everything else is derivatively real, so in a sense we can say it is only Maya. Once we really realize the supreme truth of the reality of the Brahman, then there is no world. He could have also chosen this way to explain, but he didn't. He said the plural phenomena are real. No question of saying they're unreal, though they could be said to be relatively real. That, of course, is allowed in his system. But relative reality also has its own status, which is granting to these to the phenomenal world. So he's not denying any kind of reality, not subtracting the reality from the universe or the world. He is granting it some kind of relative autonomy within the scheme of his philosophy. Now, the theory of evolution really is the master key to Sri Aurobindo's metaphysics of consciousness. It is the master key because once divine descends into, let's say, matter, into the non-material consciousness, then the question of its rising to go back to its own nature becomes imperative or becomes inevitable. Let's take the example of matter, which is the central point in his metaphysical discourse also, because he has to give a new definition of matter. The ordinary scientific definition of matter, which has been so thoroughly dominating on the Western philosophical horizon, is given a new interpretation. He says matter is not matter in itself. Matter is a subtle form of consciousness. The divine reality has manifested itself, has come down, has involved itself in the material world. So what we call generally matter as extended in space and time is not entirely correct according to Sri Aurobindo. He says matter, what we call matter or the material world, is itself a form of consciousness, though that consciousness could be taken as implicit consciousness or potential consciousness, as Swamiji was telling, but it is a form of consciousness, no doubt. That is, we can say matter is a form of Brahman. So matter is also Brahman. That will be the assertion in the Vedantic language. So the matter is not matter as we understand it within the scientific discourse, but it is a metaphysically loaded concept now because it contains mind in itself, within matter. There is mind within matter. And if mind is there, supermind also will be inevitably present. So in that sense, matter is like it is the womb of all creation in that sense. Because from the material womb, the rest of the universe will really get itself manifested. That means matter is given a due consideration by Sri Aurobindo, but within the total horizon of his philosophical system. Matter is not on its own, cannot dominate the universe, as the Westerners now believe, or under the influence of science, that matter is everything and matter can explain everything. That paradigm is no more available for Sri Aurobindo. He has demolished it. Matter is not dominating everything. Matter is only a form of consciousness. And therefore, matter cannot dominate the entire system. Matter is only one of the elements to which the divine consciousness has descended. And from within matter, or from out of matter, the divine consciousness again will rise in the evolutionary process. So matter is, in a sense, is a via media. It is an instrument of the divine manifestation. For a divine descent, matter is important because divine takes the form of matter or the material universe. And this matter is also instrumental for the evolution of consciousness towards its own ultimate journey. In fact, the journey is towards itself. Divine consciousness, which is imprisoned in matter or which is involved in matter, has to wake up from matter, go back to its original position. So in that sense, matter remains a via media, an instrument of both descent and ascent. With these three principles, let us look at how Sri Aurobindo is really going to achieve the integration of consciousness. That is what we call the integral theory of consciousness. Now, consciousness is looked at both transcendentally and also immanently. The two dimensions must be taken into account: the universal dimension and also the particular dimension. Divine consciousness, or the supreme Satchidananda, Ananda's consciousness, is the ultimate, the universal consciousness, the absolute consciousness. But this is its transcendental dimension. But there is also another dimension, which is the immanent dimension, where consciousness is involved in the material universe, including the human consciousness. The divine consciousness is also present in its finite form in human consciousness. So what is infinite consciousness, absolute consciousness, or universal consciousness is also the finite consciousness and also the limited consciousness, the particular consciousness. So in that sense, this is the second dimension we can call the immanent dimension. It is involved in everything. So from this, perhaps many infer, including Swamiji, that this is called cosmopsychism. But I think cosmopsychism is a very weak term to capture the spirit of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, precisely because he's emphasizing so much on the involvement of consciousness in everything. So it is not a case of a bare presence of consciousness in everything. It is everything is heavily loaded with the divine consciousness. So it is heavily loaded. So it is not a pants, in that sense, cosmic psychism. It is a full-fledged divine manifestation in the creation, in the universe. So in that sense, that is how I will want to really figure it out, that the consciousness is present already in everything, though in a very minimal form. But it has to rise again to the level of the ultimate consciousness. Now, these two dimensions we have to now look into, and how integration has to be take place, or has to has to take place between these two dimensions. That is, the ultimate, the absolute, has to be reconciled with the relative, the finite, and the conditioned. The unconditioned is to be reconciled with the conditioned. The infinite has to be reconciled with the finite, and the ultimate absolute has to be reconciled with the relative. Now, this is a stupendous task because this is where most of the metaphysical systems have their own views, of course. Some of them have to deny that relative is Maya, or relative is the plural, relative, limited is really a distortion, and therefore it has to be removed. And many think that if you say the infinite has limited itself to the finite, then how does it happen? Why does the infinite consciousness chooses to finitize itself? All these questions will be there, and this is the most difficult aspect of any metaphysical system. But Sri Aurobindo has is a really important solution to this question by suggesting that what we call the infinite is, or infinite consciousness, is not antagonistic to the finite consciousness, because the finite consciousness itself harbors the infinitude within itself. So finite and infinite are not contradictory of itself. The oneness and manyness are not contradictory of each other. The absolute is not contradictory to the relative, so and so forth. That is, the possibility of their meeting together is always accepted, because if infinite excludes the finite, then we will be back to either Mayavada, or we have to deny, like Bradley, that the appearance is really is a distortion, and it's full of contradiction. Therefore, the only reality is absolute reality. The rest of the things have to be taken as an appearance. So the reality-appearance dichotomy has been already prevalent in metaphysics. And also in Shankara Vedanta, of course, as we know, that the traditional Vedantins could not find a better way of explaining the reality of the world, except by saying that it is an illusion or Maya. If we introduce the word illusion, that may not be very appropriate. Professor Milan will correct me later. But if we take it as an appearance also, then the question arises why this appearance, and whether we have to go back to the Vivartavada and the rest of it. Sri Aurobindo is not a Vivartavadan. He is definitely a Parinamavadan. The point is that this reconciliation between the two is the major crux of his integral metaphysics. Let us see how this integration takes place. And that is where we have to find the master key called the evolution, or the principle of ascent. If the absolute has relativized itself into the plurality of phenomena, then the plural phenomena, that is the universe and rest of it, must be aspiring to go back to its unity. This aspiration is already within the world creation. The world is aspiring to go back to its Brahmic nature, to its divine nature. So this aspiration is key to this evolutionary process. Otherwise, how can there be evolution of the material universe towards the divine reality? How can man evolve to Superman? That will be the ultimate question, which we'll go back to later. But now let us see how the world itself will be evolving into its divine reality. Why should it really evolve? In Sankhya, we had an example that it is by nature. Prakriti goes back from its stage of playa to evolution. in the stage of pralaya, the three gunas really conflict with each other. There is imbalance, and out of this imbalance, the nature again starts evolving itself. And under the supreme supervision of the Purusha. Purusha is a supervisory, Purusha has a supervisory role in Sankhya. It doesn't have a causal, effective role in the evolutionary process. In Sri Aurobindo, if you find, what will be the push of this evolutionary process? Who will guide it? There is no God for Sri Aurobindo. There is no God. The divine consciousness is the ultimate reality. If you call it God, that is fine. You can call it divine reality. And Sri Aurobindo repeatedly used the word divine, without meaning that it is the Christian concept of God. It is Brahman really, Sachidananda. Since Sachidananda is already involved in the physical universe, so it is this very involvement which gives rise to the evolution. So the descent itself is the cause of the ascent. Had there been no descent, ascent would not have been possible. So since divine reality, let's use that word, consciousness is already involved, it itself wants to go back to its original nature. That is the very nature of the divine consciousness, which is involved in the physical reality. So this is the only causal power. That is, it is self-caused. We can use that word self-caused. The consciousness causes itself to rise out of its stupor in matter, out of its involved in matter. It awakens itself for its own dynamic nature. So remember, consciousness for Sri Aurobindo is not a dormant, ineffective consciousness. It is a causative power. It is a Shakti. Consciousness is also Shakti, power. It is truth consciousness. So Sri Aurobindo's consciousness, Sri Aurobindo's idea of consciousness is not the consciousness which is fixed and which doesn't move, which is kutastha. It is really a dynamic one. Therefore, out of this dynamic nature of consciousness, evolution starts. And the evolutionary process itself is a very zigzag one. Sri Aurobindo never says that the matter, once the evolution process starts, matter will have any other role later on. That is, matter is the beginning of the evolutionary process, because that is where the divine consciousness has really involved itself. So matter will leave its own role later on, because matter will not dominate the entire process of evolution. After matter, what will be the next stage of evolution? What would have been logically the case? Sri Aurobindo finds that life must be the next stage of evolution. Now, this is scientifically definitely true. Even Darwin will endorse it, though he will say with life everything ends, because his aim was to show how life was evolved in the cosmic arena. But Sri Aurobindo doesn't stop at mind, as we know. He says, doesn't stop at life, as we know. Life is the next evolution, because that is how material forces give rise to matter. That is, they give rise to life. That is, Brahman, as involved in matter, evolves itself into all cosmic forms of life. Here, life doesn't mean only human life. Life means life of the plants, life of animals, the life as a force. Life itself is a force. Life itself is a dynamic process. It is not a Darwinian kind of life which depends on the natural selection. That is a very poor picture of life according to Sri Aurobindo. It is a non-Darwinian kind of life which is dynamic in itself, which is the womb of all possibilities of the universe, so far as life is concerned. So if matter is the womb of every possibility, so is life the womb of every possibility. And life doesn't now becomes a just epiphenomenon of matter. No, life itself has its own autonomy, has its own powerful dynamics. So life is really, life spreads itself, life creates itself. So in that sense, perhaps Sri Aurobindo or Bhagwan will be very closer to Sri Aurobindo, who says that life is the force of the entire universe, Elam Vital. But they are about some stuffs. That is, for him, life is the ultimate principle of the entire evolutionary process, but not so for Sri Aurobindo. What happens next after life's emergence in the world? What happens is miraculous, according to Sri Aurobindo, and which is evidently accepted by common sense and science, that it is the mind which has evolved out of life. Why it is endorsed by science and common sense? It is because our mental powers follow from our life powers, our vital powers. What we see as mind, intellect, buddhi, manas, these are the different words, but Sri Aurobindo doesn't use the word manas in the traditional Vedantic sense. It is not just an organ, not an internal organ. It is a more powerful force in the universe. The mind is not only the human mind, but also the mind of the non-human animals. And for him, mind is also present in however rudimentary a form it may be in plants as well. So in that sense, the universe itself becomes mentally surcharged. That is, on the platform of life, vitality, emerges a powerful force, and that is called the mental force. So those among the Western thinkers who think mind is just an epiphenomenon of life must listen to Sri Aurobindo, that an epiphenomenon cannot do anything. It is causally inefficacious. It is ineffective. But look at human mind, how effective it is. It can wage a war, it can wage the peace process. It can do everything. It can destroy, but it can also construct. It is the constructive mind that Sri Aurobindo is really keeping in his purview. He will see the destructive mind is also a destructive aspect of mind, but mind itself is a very powerful presence in the universe. Once mind has evolved, the rest of the evolution becomes very easy for Sri Aurobindo, according to Sri Aurobindo, because it is the mind again which becomes the storehouse of all the ideas that we have. The buddhi, the chetana, because consciousness has taken a new chaitic form in Sri Aurobindo's in the philosophical metaphysics, philosophical theory, because mind is now going to give us not only one level of mind called the ordinary mental level of ordinary human beings. He has many more levels of mind. If we read his literature, you'll be amazed how much he is so speculative about the levels of mind. The first is illumined mind, then the is higher mind, then illumined mind, then intuitive mind, the overmind, and then supermind. These are the matters of details. We will not go about it because they are part of mind, and yet there are different levels of mind. There are very few philosophers who have talked about the different levels of mind. Sri Aurobindo has dared to say that there is not one level of mind, there are different mental levels. The higher mind that we call, it is more integrative. It brings whole consciousness into a unified whole. It looks beyond itself. It carries forward what has been already evolved. The higher mind carries forward the ordinary mind. And the higher mind reaches the illumined mind, then the intuitive mind, and overmind, when it reaches over mind, the mind has really got enormous spiritual power, more integrative power, more dynamic vision of reality. The unity of the reality becomes more and more evident as we go further and further on the evolutionary trajectory. When you reach over mind, we have reached really a kind of vision which Buddhists call the prajna, and many other systems will say the enlightenment. That means the overmind is the enlightened mind, and we have reached a very high stage of our mental development. Then what happens? Does the evolution of the mind stops here? That is the question which Sri Aurobindo raises, and he smashes all the limitations that have been imposed on the mind by scientists, by psychologists, by Freudians, by all kinds of psychologists on mind, that the mind cannot go further. It can reach enlightenment, yes, some kind of enlightenment, some kind of, say, prajna in the Buddhist language, or some kind of higher experience in the language of all metaphysicians of the world, like Plato's idea of the reason which can see the supreme forms of reality. But Plato's reason or Hegel's reason is still limited, according to Sri Aurobindo, because at this level, at the mental level, however rationalized it may be, we still division and fragmentation. As long as you do not see the reality as a whole, as a united whole, you have not seen the reality. You are still seeing differences of various kinds, absolute, relative. This kind of binary still exists at the level of our mental experience. Even our so-called rational experience also is not free from the division that we see all around us. The division of caste, creed, color, what not. Human beings have not overcome any of these divisions in spite of our great scientific achievements. Why this is so, Sri Aurobindo cannot understand. Why the human mind has failed in spite of all these achievements at a higher level. So he introduces the idea of a supermind. It is the supermind which will solve all our metaphysical problems, all the problems of division and disparity, and of the problems of fragmentation. So supermind is the domain of supramental consciousness, which will really integrate everything. So supramental consciousness is really the integrative consciousness, which unites all the differences, all the different aspects of reality, which dissolves all the conflicts that arise at the different levels of reality. Like in life, for example, at the level of life, then living is contrasted with non-living. So at the level of life, we are still struggling with duality. At the level of mind, we are still struggling with duality, mind and matter. And that is where Descartes got stuck up, that there is only two realities and we cannot look beyond. Because this is what our reason tells us. This is what our thinking tells us, that there is mind and there is matter. And there is no reconciliation between the two, because they are two divergent entities. But this is the state of the mind. Now, if we go higher up, still the differences and division are not automatically dissolved. But when you go to the supermind, all these divisions are really dissolved. We do not see matter as contrasted with mind. We see matter itself as Brahman. The matter itself as a form of Brahman. Everything becomes Brahman when we go to the supramental level. We see the reality, the Satchidananda, through our supramental consciousness. So supramental consciousness is the highest consciousness according to Sri Aurobindo, and that is exactly what is the aim of his theory of evolution is. The descent started from the divine consciousness, the absolute consciousness. It descended into matter. And from matter, it is again ascending towards its own nature, that is divine consciousness. So this entire both bottom-up process and top-down process and bottom-up process, both are complementary, both are two sides of the same reality. And this is the process of integration. Though the top-down process is a process of disintegration, because it is coming down to the particulars without leaving its own original nature. It is the original consciousness is coming down and finitizing itself, pluralizing itself. But again, from the plurality, we are returning to the unity. So this process, if the first process is process of disintegration, the second process is the process of integration. That means we are integrating everything into the higher whole, the ultimate whole, that is the divine consciousness, or Sachidananda, or the final absolute truth consciousness. Now, this is, one can say, the picture that I can really have before me of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy. Let us see a few questions before I open it for debate. Which Sri Aurobindo has really offered to the prevailing theories around the world. He is a 20th century thinker, and he was definitely aware of the problems that we are bothering the human mind across the globe. His first answer to the scientific model of theorizing was that science itself is incomplete. This is what we discussed yesterday, that scientific model of the universe, scientific understanding of reality is inadequate because it fails to unite. It fails to really bring all the different aspects of reality together. For example, science has really failed us by suggesting that everything could be matter, including ourselves. So consciousness is just an epiphenomenon. It's an accidental feature of the universe. If that would have been the case, perhaps science would not have been possible, because how can science be the product of an epiphenomenal mind? Epiphenomenal mind is a very non-functional mind. It is just hanging around without any causative power. How can science be the byproduct? How can science be produced by a feeble mind? So the mind which produces science, philosophy, art, literature cannot be a feeble mind. It must be a very dynamic mind. Sri Aurobindo's response to the modern scientific worldview is this, that we must go beyond your science to look, to take into account the metaphysical aspects of our thinking. Our thinking is not confined to a few given categories which are offered by science, like matter, energy, atomic particles, subatomic particles. These are sufficient for science, but insufficient for metaphysics. So why not he suggest that we take a few other concepts which could be more explanatory in their function. That's why he chooses to introduce the words like, say, consciousness, like mind, overmind, and many other metaphysical concepts. These concepts perhaps will be unpalatable to any scientific investigator or scientific thinker, but they are very metaphysically illuminating. which metaphysician has not in the past, excepting the materialists, who have not used the word reason, for example. All the entire post-Kantian post-Kantian idealism used the word reason to understand the universe. And the empiricists were not left behind. They used the word experience to understand the universe. So their categories were still dominated by what is called scientific intelligible. But Sri Aurobindo's categories are definitely more powerful, because it is the mind which can unfold the reality. That is his assumption. You can call it reason, because a higher mind will be reason. Illuminative mind is also will be reason. A kind of, one can call it a supramental reason. And Hegelian reason is not ordinary logic chopping reason. It is also an integrative reason. But even then, according to Sri Aurobindo, that cannot be the ultimate category for any viable metaphysics. So a supermind perhaps is another category which he has introduced. Now, many people may think the supermind is obnoxious, it is a fiction, or it is just the philosopher's imaginative product. But that is not the question. Question which he is answering in so many words is that if you have the concept of mind, and if you accept evolution as a true theory, then how can you deny that the mind itself can transcend its own barriers and enter into a supramental level? Now, this is logically, logically possible. Even if at this stage of human mind, we have not encountered supermind as a serious presence in the world, excepting in few individuals. Those few individuals can be called the supermen, according to Sri Aurobindo. But if we take the trajectory, evolutionary trajectory itself, the next stage of the development of human mind must be supermind. Supermind is a category which encompasses all the mental powers. It doesn't relinquish even ordinary experience, but it elevates ordinary experience to supramental experience. It's a spiritual experience. You can use the word spiritual here, and Sri Aurobindo uses the word spiritual in a very authentic way. That experience of unity, that experience of integrality of the entire universe, entire reality, cannot be ruled out, because it is the mind in its supramental manifestation, supramental evolution can really do this or can have this. So in that case, the notion of a supermind as a metaphysical category, though it is not scientifically acceptable by many, but metaphysically it is a viable concept. So this is one response that he can give to the scientific understanding of the universe. The other aspect which he can respond to many other metaphysicians, including the Advaitins. And as we know that, there was a discussion on this after Swamiji's lecture, whether Sri Aurobindo will be accepting the metaphysical ideas of Shankaracharya. As you know that he was never a great follower of Shankara, because he had his own vision of the world, vision of reality as such. But in spirit, both have the same, on the same Vedantic path. Shankara also wanted to explain the world in terms of the principle of Brahman, though he had to introduce Maya for practical purposes. But logically, both accept the principle of unity. His differences with Shankara was on the question of Maya. He uses the Maya in the life divine, and he takes Maya as the creative power of Brahman. Maya is a Shakti. Maya has been transformed into Shakti by Sri Aurobindo. And Shiva Shakti, this kind of joined concept we have in our literature, He says consciousness is power. Consciousness is a dynamic power. So that power is Shakti, and consciousness is that Shakti itself. So without this dynamic power, he could not have explained how the world becomes possible. When Brahman or Sachidananda really descends down to the level of matter and other phenomena, that must be due to some kind of choice. And how can he do it unless he is assisted by not he, it is actually assisted by it. We cannot call it he or she. It is better to call in an impersonal way. It chooses to, it wills to manifest itself in the world. So its willing power is also divine power. So in that sense, he uses the word Shakti, and Shakti is another name of Maya. So here one can have doubts and debates as to whether Sri Aurobindo could have been is closer to Shankara or not closer to Shankara. But apparently his Life Divine and the rest of the works are silent on this. He only uses the word Mayavadin for the Advaitins. Whether that is appropriate or not, Advaitins will not accept, but I impersonally feel that the gap between Shankara and Sri Aurobindo is not so great that we cannot overcome it. Shankara also accepts plurality, accepts the world, accepts jivas, but the jiva is also identical with Brahman. And the world itself is identical with Brahman, because ultimately there is no world is Brahman itself. So in that sense, there will not be great difference. But Shankara doesn't have a clear-cut theory of evolution for that matter. Of course, one can derive a theory of evolution, that one can goes back, one can see an evolutionary process in which the human beings go back to Brahman, realize the identity with Brahman. But that will not solve the purpose, because Sri Aurobindo is emphatic on the concept of descent and ascent. And this is true to his metaphysical worldview, in which the Brahman, Sachidananda, descends to the world and also ascends from the world toward its own nature. Now, how will he, for example, look at the metaphysical challenges from the West? You see, contemporary West, though in the 20th century, not now, of course, there were many metaphysicians in the West, many idealist thinkers in the West. I think in the first half of 20th century, we had the British idealist and also some form of other evolutionist theorists like Bergson, like Alexander, and the emergent theory of emergent evolution, and Bergson's creative evolution. Sri Aurobindo's theory of evolution doesn't mean its words to differentiate itself from the creative evolution theorist, from the emergent evolution theorist. As we can see, the creative evolution theory, though it was well-meaning and well-intentioned, it could not tell us how supramental consciousness will be possible. If life is the central force of evolution, then it will manifest itself only in a magnificent life, but it cannot reach the supramental consciousness. So the creative evolution also is falling short of some kind of the higher aspiration or the higher goal of evolution. The emergent theorists were more or less bogged down by their commitment to matter as the supreme reality. So when we talk of Alexander and Lloyd Morgan's theory of emergent evolution, the DT comes at the end of the evolutionary process. But the evolutionary process starts with matter and goes through the modifications of matter in different forms. So ultimately, it is unimaginable how the DT will arrive at the end of the evolutionary process. Sri Aurobindo says the deity is already involved in the very process of evolution. The deity, that is divinity, is already in the matter. So there is not matter per se. Matter is already divinized. So divinity takes care of the entire process of evolution. If that is so, then where is the idea of the deity arriving at the end of evolutionary process? So some of these questions he might have in his mind, but as we know that many commentators on Sri Aurobindo, especially S.K. Moitro in his book, The Meeting of the East and West, and Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, he has really given the differences and the similarity between Sri Aurobindo's theory of evolution and the other theories of evolution, including the theory of emergent evolution, creative evolution. He finds similarity in them because both of them give, all of them give what we may call a teleological view of the universe. But Sri Aurobindo's theory of evolution goes to show that there is a deep teleological process in the universe. That is, it is not just an accidental fact that the universe is evolving towards a greater goal. It is not determined by some external agencies like matter or even by any divine force or anything that is like something like a god. It is not guided by the divine, evolution is not guided that way. For Sri Aurobindo, the evolution itself is a spiritual journey of the universe. It is a dynamic journey which is self-initiated. You don't require an external agencies to really explain how the evolution takes place. There are no external agencies present here. It is a self-dynamic process, self-caused process. So in that sense, his theory of evolution stands on the ground that evolution can explain the universe if we really believe that the universe has many layers of existence or many layers of reality. Now the philosophers are in the West are accepting that there is not one level of reality called the material level. There are multiple levels of reality. So Sri Aurobindo is really telling the same in a different way, that we have the reality of matter, we have the reality of life, we have the reality of mind, and then, of course, the reality of supermind. Now, this idea of a layered universe or layered reality, different levels of reality is really most appealing so far as Sri Aurobindo's theory is concerned. And coming to the last, let us sum up by suggesting that if we take the integrative theory or integral theory of consciousness, we'll avoid many pitfalls. One, the first pitfall is what we have been suggested by the philosophers, that it is the brain which is the source of consciousness. It is the brain as studied by the neurosciences and the cognitive sciences. Ultimately say brain is the locus of consciousness. And that is where the story ends. It begins with the brain and brain processes and ends there. Now, this is a pitfall. This is a mistake according to Sri Aurobindo. Because as you can see, if brain would have been so powerful to produce consciousness, to cause consciousness, then brain itself must be already conscious. How can unconscious entity, unconscious matter, produce consciousness? This is a contradiction in terms. So he says that brain itself is a part of a divinary, is an evolutionary process. That is, brain must be already conscious. Our body must be already conscious. Therefore, consciousness evolves. So consciousness is already implicitly present in the brain. So it cannot be the case that the brain has produced consciousness out of nothing. This is a whole philosophical fallacy which the scientists are committing when they say, or scientist philosophers are committing when they say the beginning of all consciousness is the small matter called the brain. So brain sciences must look beyond their own limited horizon to see whether consciousness could have been already part of the physical organism called the human beings. And so also whether consciousness could be taken as a fundamental fact rather than a relative and a fact willy-nilly accepted by the scientists and philosophers. There is nothing willy-nilly about it because consciousness is already there. Whether you accept it or not, you are already conscious. And that doesn't mean that you have to go on denying that, no, it is not consciousness, it is something produced by the brain. God save you. So Sri Aurobindo will say, God save you. Another question is how subjective experience has been possible in a material universe. This is the hard problem of consciousness. And this is also part of a pitfall or part of a fallacy. It is as if Chalmers thinks that the material universe is already there. And it is now some kind of a puzzle how there can be subjective consciousness in this material universe. Sri Aurobindo will say, perhaps will rule out the whole idea as a bogus idea because consciousness is already there. Consciousness is already present in the universe. Now we have to explain, or this is the hard question, how is matter possible in a conscious universe? How is there a matter at all? How do you talk of a matter in the conscious universe? So he can topsy-turvy the hard problem of Chalmers. It is not the material universe which surprises us by giving subjective experience. Rather, the universe is already conscious, and out of it, perhaps a puzzle question will arise: how are material phenomena possible? How are so many phenomena possible when there is reality called consciousness as fundamentally there? So this is one response he can give. The other responses, other pitfalls he avoids. Why do really go on logic chopping about whether mind is identical with matter? This is the question we raised yesterday. Whether mind is identical with matter, mind is different from matter. If you say mind is different from matter, then only you can say mind can be identical. Why do you make any differentiation at all? There is no matter without consciousness, and there is no consciousness without matter. In the sense, the consciousness is already in matter. The spirit is already in matter, and matter is already in spirit. This is the process of integration, where he has really ruled out all dualities and dissolved all binaries, all dualities, all differences into a unifying whole. And that is the idea of an integral theory of consciousness. Consciousness is real, supremely real, fundamentally real, metaphysically real, whatever way you can put it. The rest of the things have to be taken care of. We can explain how limited consciousness is possible, how human mind is possible, how matter is possible, how science is possible, how philosophy is possible. All these questions can be answered if we accept the fundamental reality of consciousness. So with these words, I really thank you all for giving me a patient listening. Now I will listen to your questions and queries. Thank you very much.
So, before the listeners, the participants ask questions, I just want to say very briefly that I want to thank you, sir, because I believe that I have been treating myself as a student, and being trained as an Advaitin by Professor R.B., I was too deep into Advaita, though I myself have not become an expert in Advaita Vedanta. I could not come out of that kind of captivating spell of Advaita Vedanta of Professor R.B., and that did not help me going for the whole hog in understanding in reading Sri Aurobindo, because I never studied any of these modern, what you call, Indian philosophers, except a little bit of Professor K.C. Bhattacharya and Dr. Radhakrishnan, which I happened to teach during the early phase of my regular being inducted as a teacher in Manipur University on Indian metaphysics, where I taught Professor K.C. Bhattacharya just 12 pages book from his second volume, Studies in Philosophy.
Yeah.
What is philosophy? What is philosophy? Concept of philosophy or something like that. And I struggled, and something. Sri Aurobindo, I knew there is some great, because somehow I myself being a Vaishnava, a born Vaishnava, Manipur, we follow Gaudiya Dharma, which is started by Chaitanya and his followers. So I myself I was a brahmachari when I was a student there, wearing saffron cloth. I was a pracharak in the organization. So it was some kind of a conflict between Advaita Vedanta, which intellectually I subscribe to, I accepted. Philosophically, there cannot be anything which is wholesome and more satisfying than Advaita Vedanta of Shankara. But when we get down to the real world, Sri Aurobindo, Ramanuja before him, and the others they satisfy, they give us that kind of satisfaction, spiritual satisfaction we are longing for is finite. So in that way, sir, I'm sure all the participants here, young teachers and students, and especially the organizer, Munmun and others, they might have been completely benefited by you, sir. You have given that kind of a perspective, and you have touched upon mind-brain issue, which is very much one of the issues I have been handling, and it's really thankful. So let us give
Thank
more
you.
space to
Thank you.
the
Thank
young
you,
person.
Professor Milan. Yeah.
Sir, I don't know how to thank you, because I'm learning just like I'm sitting in your class. And I'm very happy because I've learned, I picked up so many things which will help me to continue thinking. That is the whole kind of thing. People may have so many things. They may want to say so many things. I myself had struggling how to find a way to fight against the modern Indians using Western philosophical standard to criticize our own standard. I got answered. I was given impetus, so much self-confidence by Heidegger. After teaching Husserl and Heidegger said, I am 100% confident that we Indians can do something to to go back to our ancient philosophical roots.
Yeah, exactly. I agree
And
with you. Thank you.
I'm going to die with this. I would like to confess to everybody here, till the last day of my life, this will be my life's mission after I retire. I'm not going to stop working, sir. And that is because of a professor like you, who has inspired me, who has given me self-confidence, sir. I once again thank you, sir. And I still remember, whenever you speak, I started remembering my teacher, RD. Then I can see,
He's my guru also. He's my guru. I take him as my guru. Yeah. Yeah.
with your permission, let us open it to the scholars, young scholars and teachers. So all of you are welcome. Please kindly ask whatever is the question in a brief manner so that professor can respond. So please, the floor is open to all the participants.
Rinki Mishra is there. She raised her hand. Rinki?
Can she
Rinki,
speak?
yeah.
I have to see closely, but she can speak. Rinki, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, Pradhan, sir.
Please tell. Please tell.
So my two questions. First one is how can one apply Aurobindo's ideas in daily life or spiritual practice?
Yeah.
Are there practical methods associated with his theory? Another one is how does Aurobindo's theory how does sorry, how does Arvindo's theory relate to other fields like psychology, science, and another? Are there interdisciplinary implications?
Yes. Very good question. First of all, let me see. Let me answer your question. How is to be applied to the practical life? In fact, Sri Aurobindo's entire effort was to put his theory into practice. His entire philosophy is, one can say, practical philosophy, which he calls the integral yoga. Somebody had asked this question in the last session. Integral yoga is his practical philosophy, where it integrates all yogas to towards one goal, that is realize the supramental consciousness, to realize Brahman, to speak in our traditional language. So, see, Aurobindo, there is no difference between theory and practice. Theory and practice are integrated. What is theoretically there is also practically applicable. So in that sense, there is no difference, or there is no gap between theory and practice. Generally, we think theory and practice are two different things, but actually for Sri Aurobindo, they are one and the same. You have to theorize before you practice. And in order to practice something, you must have a theory. So if you have a theory of, say, life, that life is to be divinized. That is the goal of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, how to establish divine life on earth, how to make ourselves divinely realizable, how to make ourselves to realize the Brahman. And if this is the goal, then the practice is this. You practice yoga. You really concentrate your entire effort on realizing on this. Your jnana, your bhakti, and your karma must be one, must be integrated together. There is no separate division of, say, karma as distinguished from jnana. Jnana and karma are the same. They are one and the same, because if you are a jnani, you will be also the true karma yogin. So that's why he, while commenting on the Gita, he takes the message of the Gita as a karma yoga, but at the same time he says it is really yoga itself. The division between karma yoga, jnana yoga doesn't arise. It is yoga. Tasmat yogi bhavarjuna. This is Gita's message. You become a yogi. You don't have to say I'm a jnana yogi or a karma yogi or a say raja yogi. You don't have to say that. Yoga is a comprehensive term, and that is the practice that Sri Aurobindo recommends for people. As to the last question, yes, it is interdisciplinary. He never made a distinction between, say, psychology and philosophy, because much of his writings on synthesis of yoga and other writings have a psychological overtone. Because when you think of mind, you bring psychology into the process. But the point is, psychology and philosophy do not clash, do not differentiate themselves from each other. Psychology becomes philosophical, psychology becomes metaphysical, and metaphysics also becomes psychological, in the sense that the distinction between science and non-science, science and that which is not science, is dissolved. That's why in a holistic framework, an integral framework, this division of sciences also will not be entertained. See, he has no antipathy towards physics or chemistry or any other sciences. What he suggests is that you must go back to the foundation of all sciences. And what is that foundation? The foundation must be the consciousness and the ultimate reality that you are all dealing with. You cannot run on the surface. If physics, chemistry, and biology run on the surface, they will meet their own limitations. But you must descend down into the level of divinity. The divine reality you must really explore. So in that sense, science will be all integrated according to him. So interdisciplinary sciences will be possible for him because they do not conflict. Philosophy doesn't conflict with science. Rather, they have the same motto to understand the reality. Some understand the reality in a limited way. Some others, philosophers, understand the reality in an unlimited way. So that kind of methodological difference may be there, but ultimately these differences can be overcome. Okay, so our ultimate aim is how to reach the divine, how to reach the ultimate consciousness. Okay, so thank you for this question.
Before we proceed to the second question by Dr. Sailendra, let's just wait for just a few seconds before I forget. Mishra's question is quite pertinent. The first question, it was more or less actually already stated by Professor very clearly when he was trying to explain how to join descent and ascent. Because here I just want to remind you, which I cited my thesis, what Guruji Rabindranath Tagore wrote elsewhere. I had to find the original source. I cited from some secondary source. For the world to exist is a finite, having boundary. It requires a boundary, but its meaning is not in that boundary. It requires a boundary, but its meaning has in that kind of infinite kind of background kind of inside. So the bound kind of thing, because when you were talking about when Professor was talking about ascending and descending, I cannot become something unless what I am essentially is not.
Yes, yeah.
Knowingness of thing, knowing a truth by the subject. If the subject is bound in its four worlds, like Rene Descartes is talking about, there is no way that subjectivity would ever come out of that four world and reach out to any kind of truth outside. There's the problem of duality, which Professor already said. There is no room for duality in Sri Aurobindo.
Yeah.
In the descending part, from the absolute mind, the finitized kind of individuation which Swamiji was talking about, then particularization of things into this diverse kind of reality. So we are potentially divine that was already there. So in Kashmir Saivism, there's a Shivoham.
Yes.
The Shivoham, the participatory, like Platonic language, participatory model is possible because for him, the world is shadow kind of thing. The kept kind of imagery is there, but even that doesn't satisfy us. So Professor has very beautifully explained. So please try to read Kashmir Saivism also, and then Shivoham. I cannot say Shivoham unless there is some divine element, essential truth of the nature of Shiva in me.
Yes,
it is
exactly.
impossible.
Exactly.
I cannot become what I am not, potentially not. So that is the thing. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next question, Shalendra, please tell your question to Professor.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to both.
Yes, Dr. Singh, please tell.
My question is a very, very short question, sir. Please throw some light upon the concept of prana in Indian philosophy.
You see, concept of prana, we have the idea of different levels of reality, even in the Upanishad. You remember the Pancha Kosas, the Annamaya Kosa, Pranamaya Kosa, Manomaya Kosa, then Vijnanamaya Kosa, and Anandamaya Kosa. These are the different levels. I think, see, Aurobindo is expounding this in a very different way. Prana is really life. So what Aurobindo calls life, which evolves out of matter, is what is called prana in the Upanishads. Prana is, as we call, pranic force. In fact, we have been idea of pranayama, for example. We take prana as the messy concept. Prana ayam. Payam is taken as breath, as the breath. breathe in and breathe out, but that is only the superficial meaning of prana. Prana is that dynamic vital force which Bergson calls the elan vital. You see, Bergson has a creative theory of evolution. In fact, for him, the ultimate reality is prana, life, life force, because that manifests itself in a more magnified form. So, in that sense, prana is crucial to the entire cosmic process. If we take cosmos as a whole, what is that most which is vibrating in the cosmos? It is prana. So nowadays, see, we are realizing increasingly that the world itself, the Jagat itself, is a dynamic process. It's a dynamic reality which is open-ended. We cannot put any boundaries around the universe. It is open universe. We do not know. We know very little of it. But life is crucial to this universe. See the cosmic presence of life. Apart from the human life, there is the life of the animals, life of the plants, and who knows the life of the planets and the galaxies. They have a life, though we do not know that they have life in the way we have life, but life is everywhere. So even if we leave mind and supermind apart, in the cosmos, prana is a very, very cosmically present reality. And if we realize prana, we can realize Brahman. Because through that Om, which comes out of this pranic dhoni, that really reaches us to the ultimate reality. So reality is not far away from us. It is within us, as Professor Milan also said, that we have already that Shiva, but that has to be manifested. So the prana is the vital force through which we can realize Brahman. And mind itself will come when prana comes. And when mind comes, supermind also will come. And the entire universe will be within our own so-called finite consciousness. The infinite can be realized from within the finite prana. So that is how prana is so significant. Okay.
Can you suggest some study material regarding the study of?
Please read Synthesis of Yoga. If you are interested in Sri Aurobindo, please read his Synthesis of Yoga and also the Life Divine, because both are the classics and both give a comprehensive account of his philosophy. And also read his essays on the Gita. These three books you must read. They are voluminous, but yet you must read patiently. And if you are have a poetic inclination, read Savitri. So Savitri is a is a philosophy in poetry. Okay. Very difficult epic, but we can struggle with that. And it will be a great enlightenment if we can read even all the pages, which run into 600 and more. Okay, so that is the way we can reach Sri Aurobindo. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think, any more questions? I think Kalyani?
Yes,
Kalyani
Das. Kalyani Das.
Okay. Please go on with your question.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
First of all,
Hello,
good
Kalyani.
morning. Yeah,
Good
hello,
morning.
sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure listening to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you again. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to meet you again too, sir.
Please tell
So yes, sir. So my question was, as you said that both, I mean, the gap between the philosophy of Shankaracharya and Sri Aurobindo is not so wide that we cannot bridge it.
Yeah.
So my question was, some theories are they arise in a manner of as a need of the hour. So, like Shankaracharya's philosophy and his yatra throughout the subcontinent was what can I say? A uniting force against
Yes.
the
Yeah.
growing Buddhist influence. And Sri Aurobindo's time, it was in the setting of colonial India. So not
Yes.
only him, many philosophers were present at that time. So at the colonial time, there was this whole movement of rationalism and Western thought and philosophy. So we here at India were also trying to be like, look, there here we also have this treasure trove of philosophies of our kind, and we were kind of trying to bridge the gap between West and at least establish that we also have something called Indian philosophy. So, sir, do you think that the time or the era that um, philo- some philosophers were born in also influences their thought? Because both are saying, both are advocating non-dualism. Both are saying consciousness is the fundamental
Yeah.
fundamental thing. So what is your view on this?
Yeah, exactly. So the point is, the philosophers live in a time. They belong to an age. Therefore, some of their views, if not all, must be or can be influenced by the contemporary practices, contemporary thinking. Let's see Shankara first. Shankara could not have his philosophical vision if Buddhism would not have been his counterpart. If Buddhism would not have challenged the very foundations of Hinduism or Hindu philosophy, Shankara would not have trod the entire subcontinent and established his mats and established a new philosophy called Advaita. They say that Advaita is very closer to Mahayan Buddhism, especially Sunyavadins. That may be a coincidence, but the fact that he was struggling with them cannot be ruled out. He wanted to establish the reality of Brahman, not Sunyata. And he wanted to give a new orientation to Hinduism as such by making it more philosophical, more metaphysically grounded. Because the kind of ordinary practices of Hinduism do not speak much in its favor. They, in fact, give a very bad image of many of our practices, social practices. So he wanted to establish a philosophy of unity, philosophy of Advaita. That has a social message. That has also a philosophical message. Now, coming to Sri Aurobindo lived in 20th century. He was educated in the West. He practiced his philosophy, in fact, developed his philosophy in India. He forgot, in fact, he dispensed with his Western training so far as life is concerned and took to the Indian way of life, practices yoga at Baroda, and later on participated in the movement against the Swadeshi movement in Bengal, and later on retreated into Pondicherry, a French colony. So the influences on him of his time was very great. What he did and how he accomplished his new philosophy was going back to the past of India, going back to the Vedas and Upanishads. His commentary on Vedas and Upanishads are so important for us for understanding his philosophy. So he went to the depth of the Vedic and Upanishadic philosophy. Out of it, he carved out a philosophy for the new age. He could not have condemned science because he was living in the age of science. So he appropriated science, but has shown a mirror to science that your science is not sufficient. Here is the science of the mind. Here is the science of the human soul, the divine soul. You must understand. That is the message to the scientific world. And towards the other philosophers, of course, he has not commented on, say, Babchamp or anybody else. He has not commented on them, but he was a versatile reader and he read the contemporary times. He knew perhaps the Western philosophy, the undercurrents of Western philosophy, because he was trained in the West. He had a great training in the classical literature of the West, in Greek, Latin, and everything. Then he learned Sanskrit later on. So all these influences together gives him a comprehensive view of everything. So that integral approach comes from this 20th century challenge to him. A fragmented 20th century was a great challenge for Sri Aurobindo. He integrated all these within the compass of his philosophy. His metaphysics is comprehensive in that sense. Matter and spirit both cohabit, both coexist. So in the sense, the material sciences and the spiritual sciences also will coexist. So that is the great message of his philosophy. Okay, thank you, Kalyan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have two queries. First of all, thank you so much for this very lucid and detailed discussion on the evolution process and Sri Aurobindo's understanding of consciousness. It was really very, eye-opening for me. Thank you so much. Sir, I have two things to ask. One is regarding the very concept of consciousness. As I said, that the very idea of consciousness that Sri Aurobindo has, like it is, I feel like he is very much influenced by tantric understanding of consciousness, and because the very idea of consciousness that it is not just static but also dynamic. That we have from again in Tantra and in Kashmir Shaivism, Professor Milan also referred. It is Shiva and Shakti both. It is not just static. It is also manifesting. It is also active, and we have many other references like Sri Ramakrishna himself has accepted that it is both formless and with form. My problem is that it gives a very, very good solution to the heart problem. But the problem is that how to prove that the very static consciousness becomes dynamic, how to prove it. Because as such, there is no such scientific proof or philosophical proof for that matter is also conscious. So there is only an assumption that consciousness is a byproduct of brain and all. But is there any proof, like Sri Aurobindo has referred, or any other work where we have a proper argument to claim that it is both dynamic, there is such thing? This is one. And second thing is, can there be intelligence without consciousness? Why I'm asking is because the very concept of intelligence is that there is an idea that Prakriti we have in Shankha dualism, that it is also intelligent, that is Buddhi is also a product of Prakriti. So there is some form of intelligence in Prakriti also, but that is not conscious. So my question is, is it possible that there is matter, but there is no consciousness, but it is intelligent, like artificial intelligence these days we have, there is no consciousness. So can we just think of separating consciousness from intelligence or something like that? So your reflection, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Really, two questions. So first is what is the proof that matter is conscious? One of the main problems is matter is conscious or implicitly conscious. Matter is involved in, consciousness is involved in matter. And how to prove that consciousness is dynamic, not static? See, two questions are related but different. First, the proof that we can give for the first one, that consciousness is already present in matter, the only proof that I can think of is a metaphysical proof, not a scientific proof. And all proofs need not be scientific. There is no experiential proof which science demands. And let us say that metaphysics is happy with its own proofs, which are of course logical. If consciousness will be produced by the mind, if consciousness is produced by matter, as the modern science says, that consciousness is ultimately produced by matter. This is a scientific theory. Do they have a proof about it? Do they have a proof? That is also a hypothesis. That is an assumption that matter has produced consciousness, that brain has produced consciousness. Of course, they can examine the brain, they can see the brain waves, they can examine the brain cells, but can they find what we may call the experience of joy in that gray matter? Can they find the experience of nirvana in it? Can they find the experience of liberation in it? No, the brain cells do not speak. They are there, interconnectedly there. There is a neural network. Yes, perhaps they give rise to consciousness. Let us concede this, but we don't have a proof. It is only an assumption that ultimate source of everything is ultimate source of consciousness is brain itself. So it's a hypothesis. Okay, this hypothesis is working very well. Okay, that is a successful hypothesis. And let's the other hypothesis that consciousness is already present in matter. What is the argument? Here we can go for argument, not a proof. And that proof will be a kind of a logical argument, a logical proof. If consciousness would not have been in matter, how can consciousness come out of matter? Can something which is not in matter come out of matter by a magical, magic? Then consciousness will become magical, because consciousness was not already in matter. Somehow or other it has arisen out of matter. So consciousness becomes a magical entity, and which is not acceptable. So consciousness, in order to evolve out of matter, must be within matter. And that is our hypothesis, and that is our logical argument. As to whether it is dynamic or not, what is dynamic and what is static is this: that static, that which doesn't do anything, which is fixed, kutastha. But dynamic, which is really throbbing with activity, which will be true if human beings are taken as a case in example. The human consciousness is throbbing with activity. So there is no, so far as human consciousness is concerned, there is no static consciousness. I am not conscious as such. I am conscious of something. I am conscious about something. I am conscious of my goal. I am conscious of the past. So my consciousness is vibrating within me in all sorts of ways, both negative and positive. So staticity is just a kind of hypothesis, and it doesn't work. If you take static consciousness, then everything will be static in the universe, because nothing will change. And change is the real feature of the universe, and not staticity or fixed character. So in that sense, consciousness has to be active, has to be dynamic. And if we at all, we can explain the activities which are going around us. Even animals are very active. And human mind is very active, both intellectually and otherwise also. So in that sense, activity is a basic feature of consciousness. So this is regarding the first question. Second is, I forgot really. So second is regarding, yes.
Yeah, is there any difference between consciousness and intelligence? That was.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, yeah. You see, now we are experimenting with the machine consciousness. Those who say consciousness is already in machine, are they not telling us the same truth which Aurobindo is telling, that consciousness is already in the brain? So if you can think of a machine as conscious, then can you not think of the whole universe, which is not a machine at all, also is conscious? That means if our scientists can create a robot and can give it a robot with all feelings of love, hatred, and everything else, if they can so succeed, then why not God succeed in the design of the universe? That consciousness already is already present in the universe. So consciousness is something not foreign to the universe. It is already there. So in that sense, it's only evolving into higher forms of consciousness. So if machine consciousness is possible, then universal consciousness will be more possible. Machine consciousness is a myth. Actually, the computer is not conscious at this moment. So, but we are saying it is conscious because it has artificial consciousness or artificial mind or intelligence. Now, let us concede that it is an artificial intelligence. The computer is the embodiment of some artificial intelligence. It is giving us information, giving us calculation, and it is computing for us. It is called extended mind by Chalmers, that the computer is like an extended mind. If we can extend mind to the computer, can we not extend the mind to the universe itself? So Sri Aurobindo is really validated by their own idea, by the modern idea of machine consciousness. Okay, so if artificial consciousness is possible, then original consciousness must be more possible. And Sri Aurobindo is talking of original consciousness, which is metaphysically real. Artificial consciousness or artificial intelligence is only it is an ajif consciousness. You remember Dennett saying that it is our intentional stance regarding this system of computer. It is an intentional stand. Actually, computer is not conscious. We are thinking it to be conscious. So it has ajif consciousness. The universe has real consciousness. So that would be my reflection on it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this nice question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Are you saying that machine consciousness is reactive or responsive?
It is, yes, it is reactive, definitely, and also responsive, because now computers do many more things. Supercomputer has come. The robotics have gone beyond our imagination. Robotics is doing operation in operation theater. So when you see the amazing result of AI is a big now, both a boon and also a threat to humanity. So it is a boon because it does accomplish many tasks which human mind cannot do at a time. So all our energies have been transferred to the machine, the AI. But the point is that it is not a really conscious. See, robots will not, they may appear to be human beings. They may do many things like human beings, but we have to distinguish between human beings and robots. So robots will be there. In fact, they may have super computing capacity, but a man is a man and a computer is a computer. So, so we have to make a distinction between robotic man and real man. If we take robotic man as a true man, then we may be misled. Robots may be a future threat to humanity. Not only they really usurp our place in the cosmos, but they also will destroy us. Have you seen the picture by our great hero from the South, Rajinikanth? Robot.
Yes.
So he gave the power of loving to that robot, that scientist. And what did the scientist did? What the robot did, you know, how devastating the robot became. It became a danger to the scientist. This is called the Frankenstein effect of the creator of the robots. So let us not give all powers to the robot. Because if you hand over all the powers to robot, then it will destroy the earth one day. We are destroying ourselves to some extent, but they will destroy more. Okay, so this is my comment on robots.
No, it has become very interesting. Munmun's questions and Salimbe's interjection with the reaction or responding. I think this issue has been something. I was initiated into this philosophy of mind, not from philosophy proper. My guru was a scientist in America, and his god brother, Guru Bhai, was Dr. Richard Thompson, who did his PhD in California State University. He's no more. And they were Guru Bhais, means god brother, we used to say in the ashram. So he's no more. He had written a small booklet. He was a mathematician, so he could write in the mathematical language only. So the title of that book is Demonstration by Information Theory that Life Cannot Arise from Matter. And then again, I have another evidence which I cited in that paper which Munmundi is publishing. It is in the press. It is the same thing which Professor has already referred to about the mind-brain issue. So there I have cited one neuroscientist, or he was a cognitive scientist or AI expert. He was one of the senior most well-known what do you call expert in the issue. He was little favorable to consciousness. He said that you take the entire age of the universe, then you put into some kind of a giant machine and keep on repeating that machine to produce life from out of matter. In biology, they call it abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is a theory which says that life originates from matter. And for that, we have to go to Big Bang.
Yes.
And then before Big Bang, what was there? Then after Big Bang, soup theory was there. And that kind of soup theory, chemical soup theory, then lightning, which is already experimented. And they said protein molecules, amino acids, they're the first building block of life. And from there, unicellular organism evolved like that. These are very catchy kind of things. But I don't think the so-called artificial intelligence, machine intelligence is misleading. Professor has very well said that as if conscious. It should be within bracketed kind of thing, as if conscious. Machine intelligence is nothing but extended human intelligence.
Yes, exactly. It is called extended mind, really. Yeah.
It's the extended mind. I have written somewhere, it is not yet published. Will there come any future time when the artificiality of artificial intelligence will cease to be? I don't believe so, unless time stops. Unless, as long as time is there, future is uncertain. It is an open horizon. Even if probability is used and fuzzy logic is used, then I don't think, because it is just like saying that, of course, if they have reduced consciousness to brain, there is one thing. And then another point which I wanted to tell you is that the cognitive scientists, the top-ranking AI experts today, neuroscientists, they have rejected freedom of will. Free will is rejected, and once free will is rejected, there is no choice. So they have completely explained everything, the complex neural networking of the brain. They said it is mechanical process, automatic process, and there is no I, Cartesian I, thinking substance, res cogitans, doesn't exist at all. So now we have to start. And one thing I would like to tell you as a passing reference, the passing point is that what I have found out is not pure philosophy or pure science or theory. All these neuroscientists and all the other, what they call, scientists who are in applied science or engineers, in whatever is the field of what you call technological kind of know-how in science, all of them are leading to political economy. Artificial intelligence people, what they are interested is in producing some kind of a market product out of it, and that dominates everything. That is my finding. I am working on that. Please don't tell me that I'm jumping to the conclusion. Everything is controlled by this colonial hangover of this political economic kind of drive. That's why one professor told me in one IPC session, Milan, you are linking philosophy with politics. Then I don't believe that Western philosophy is apolitical. Western philosophy is purely colonial. And please don't think that globalization has discontinued with this colonial hangover. It is very much a neo-colonial power. You cannot talk about, nobody can talk about unipolarism and then unilateralism. Then multilateralism is still a myth. There is no multilateralism, is the kind of WTO's trade negotiation kind of thing. So when I write, I go into these things, and sometimes, reviewers may think that I'm not doing philosophy. I'm working on politics like that. Then I have realized that even including religion, including all these things we do in philosophy, Unconsciously, we are not aware that we are controlled by the global unipolar political regime.
Correct.
You cannot get projects unless they certify you. And this is my guru told me. He was a green card holder. He's from Manipur. He's no more. He's Samadhi. He's there in Vrindavan, Radhakunda. He was buried there as a sannyasi. He was a scientist. He told me about this thing. He was in America. He knows better. He told me so many things that I can't tell you here about how scientists are controlled by all these politicians there. And they cannot do any project. They're controlled by all these industries. Unless we understand this thing, then we will never understand this issue of artificial intelligence. What is the real motive? I started talking about intentionality, physical intentionality, just to use it as a kind of purva paksha to criticize, all this reductionist theory of consciousness to brain kind of thing. That I'll tell you later. I will not talk about that. We are very happy. This discussion is coming up so well, and Professor has responded so well. I'm very happy with that, and the questioners also. Let us see if there is any other questions coming from other.
Professor Milan, just for your information, our next speaker, Professor Raghavendra G. Singh, has joined already.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. then.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I
I-
think some questions we cannot take
Okay.
because time is out. So my
Yeah,
time is
yeah.
over. Professor
Yeah,
Singh's
yeah.
time is now. Starts.
Okay
Yeah.
then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let us proceed to the next professor. We should welcome. We should welcome the professor, next speaker, distinguished speaker, Professor R.P. Singh. I think we all know him as one of the senior most, professors, and we're very glad. And then on behalf of the organizer, I welcome Professor. So Professor needs no introduction. So please, sir, the floor is on for you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And let me just take opportunity for a minute to say hello to Professor Pradhan, very dear friend of mine. Pradhan, have you left? I think he has left. So
Professor
anyway,
Singh, I'm here. Thank you. Nice to see you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Great,
Nice to
great.
meet you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
please.
sorry. Anyway, so in fact, today's I'll be giving my lecture on Gadamar's position on hermeneutics. The way he has tried to articulate. As you know, Gadamar, in fact, there are two basic problems with H.G. Gadamar. One, that he lived very long, 102 years. When I had opportunity to meet him that time ago, he was just 100 years old. And then he wrote so many things on so many different topics. So it will be very difficult to, speak on him in just for, 40, 45 minutes time, having some time for discussion and everything. So, sorry, this video is gone somewhere. Yeah. So, what I will do, I'll just take up one aspect, very brief aspect of his philosophy, and that will be the impact of culture when we try to understand the meaning aspect of any phenomenon around us. So what Gadamer has to talk on culture, particularly in his book Truth and Method, and then I'll take up some help from Kant and Herder and Humboldt, maybe Raymond Williams. A bit of may come to some other thinkers also in that process. So the one thing which he has said is that on culture, that culture is a being, and it is understood in terms of language. So language has a much broader communication like text, literature, laws, religion, everything that comes in the language that comes. That is there. But culture is considered by Gadamer as a sort of being, and it is understood, appreciated, and also disseminated, communicated in terms of language. So since all understanding has a linguistic character, the key concept of fusion of horizon, that is the main issue which I'll be dealing with, fusion of horizon, and in which we look for the meaning aspect of it. So fusion of horizon is also a kind of linguistic process. There are many other issues related to it, but I'm not going to deal with it because of the time constraint. Now, when the discourse on culture comes up, then we have to look at the point of departure, the point where Gadamer emerges on the scene. Because in the 18th century, we find that there was a discussion on culture in terms of nature versus culture. When Rousseau was writing the social contract and other such things, that was the time when Europeans were fighting war against the Native Americans. And Rousseau said that this is a war between nature and culture. The Native Americans live in the state of nature, and Europeans have gone there to give them culture in terms of language, in terms of meaning, significance, and from sense of hygiene to everything else, which Europeans went to give it to them. And this was the period during 18th century that the discourse started on culture as the cultivation of human mind. But then it is something which does not include nature. And some of the people were so rigid about it, they thought that it does not include even the economic issues and the political issues also. Culture really talks about something which could be meaningful, significance. It could be there in the practice, the way people practice values, norms, and everything else. When things started moving, by 19th century, most of the discussions on culture revolved around the new emerging dimension of culture. That is, culture is a cultivation of values and norms, virtues, myths. They also created certain legends, protagonists. Culture is also understood as a way of life, particularly by Sri Aurobindo and others. So also the articulation on oral and the written culture started coming up. So the manuscript culture we generally find in Asian and African countries, so that also started emerging up. Archaeology also became a part of culture. And with all these things, certain operative terms started emerging, like culture as some kind of a hierarchy, certain universalistic features, etc., etc. It started coming up. So this was a new development which was enriching the earlier position on culture in the 19th century. In the 20th century and till 1970, we find that Europe also started understanding that there are many kinds of culture. And this was the time that Europe also started accepting that plurality of cultures, pluralism. Before that, they thought that plurality means some kind of relativism and it's not a sound philosophy. But seeing the variants of cultures, they started accepting the plurality of it. And some of the patterns were getting articulated by Ruth Benedict and others. And history, geography, language became the defining features of culture. So we have many kinds of culture. So linguistic grounds and other things started coming up. After 1970, multiculturalism started coming up, and with that, there was a fusion of cultural horizons. So it is at this phase of the 1970 onwards that we take up Gadamer's position, and we do not go before that. So here we find the recognition of plurality of cultures, and that also by the state. It becomes multicultural when the state recognizes the cultures in terms of giving equal citizenship to everybody, giving them right to property and settlement, property and inheritance, marriage and settlement, so that members of each cultural community should become valid participants in the civil and democratic life. It also came up very substantially that no culture is perfect and complete. One culture requires another culture to help it understand itself better, expand its moral horizon, and also in that process try to save the culture from narcissism. So when we come to the 21st century, we find here that the culture has emerged as some kind of a very metaphoric, very fictional kind of a thing known as the art world. Art world in terms of, looking at a particular place where you have Indian yoga meditation centers and 1 or 2 synagogues, Chinese calligraphy, Latin salsa dancing, mandir, mosque, gurudwaras, Buddhist temples, churches of various Christian denominations with color, fragrance, cuisine, dress, etc., protected by the state and participated and accepted by the people, everybody there. So we find that even in the gated societies also these days this kind of a thing is being practiced by these cultural festivals are there, ceremonies are there, and everything. So, but there are many places where we find this kind of a phenomenon coming up. So I will not go into all these details, but only but 1970 onwards where we place Gadamar into the scene. As for culture is concerned, those who are interested, they can see, A.L. Kroiber and Claude Kluchon's book. It was written in 1952, Culture, Critical Review of Concepts and Definitions. He has given 164 definitions of culture. So you can understand how comprehensive and varied this phenomenon is there. Sri Aurobindo's book, Foundations of Indian Culture, which are possible. As article and everything, as a response to William Archer's objections, 1918 onwards, so Sri Aurobindo had responded very substantially on it. So that also is a very significant text before us. And there is a project by late Professor D.P. Chattopadhyay, Facebook project of history of Indian philosophy, science, culture, etc. So Professor G.C. Pandey, he has also contributed a book, Golden Chain of Civilizations. That also is a remarkable book. Ruth Benedict's book, Review of Culture, Patterns of Culture, and Rousseau's Social Contract, Raymond Williams' Culture and Society. These are a number of texts which are very important ones. So somebody is asking the name of the book. I'll send the PPTs to Dr. Munmun Sen, and she will share it with the participants also. So what do we understand by the term culture when we try to define it? Because culture is the one people inherit. They have either consciously adopted or uncritically accepted the culture, or reflectively revised it in certain rare cases. Hence, human beings are culturally embedded in the sense that they grow up and live within a culturally structured world and organize their lives and social relations in terms of a culturally derived system of meaning and significance. So that means culture is what we are, in as much as civilization is what we have. Like education could be regarded as a culture, but university is a civilization. Democracy could be regarded as a culture, but parliament is a civilization. When we go to the institutions, then it becomes civilization. But if we go to the actual practice as a way of life in the society, it becomes a part of the culture. So culture consists of various aspects from religion, from dharma, from spirituality, from philosophy, ethics, archaeology, even aesthetics, and so on. So there are so many lineages to culture. It's not just that culture is some kind of solo phenomenon. Now, there are certain operative terms to understand culture. This is not Gadamar's position. This is what as I understand it, but I'll place Gadamar gradually in the course of my presentation. So culture is basically some sort of an imitation which we begin, and that imitation works with two operative terms, affinity and diversity. So culture could be understood in the operative terms like affinity and diversity. Culture gives rise to affinity and thereby identity in the spheres of language, history, geography, people, art, architecture, etc. By virtue of identity, culture creates diversity with other cultures. Culture provides the context to understand the collective behavior of the people. Language, geography, and history provide the content and the reference points to understand differences between one culture and another culture. Some of the writers like Raymond Williams, he has taken up another articulation of it, and that also, in fact, in his own way. It is important, but not very complete one. So in his book, Culture and Society, it was published from Penguin, New York, 1961. As you can understand, that was the time when multiculturalism had not come up. 1970, multiculturalism comes up. But as a reference point, we can have Raymond Williams' articulation also. He has given 4 stages of the development of culture. The first is culture in the 18th and early 19th century came to mean a general state or habit of mind, having close relations with the idea of human perfection. So in the beginning, they thought that people are there, some people are more perfect, some are less perfect. So human perfection came up as an idea, and culture started, taking up this kind of a discourse. Second, it came to mean, I quote, the general state of intellectual development in a society as a whole. So, what are the intellectual developments in terms of literature, in terms of other such activities? That was started taking up in the late 19th century. So, third, it came to mean, I quote again, the general body of arts. Art also became a very important aspect of culture in the third stage. And the fourth, later in the century, it came to mean, and I again quote, a whole way of life, material, intellectual, and spiritual. It became all, comprehensive. It also came, as is known, to be the word which often provided either hostility or embarrassment also. This was the time during the, middle of the 19th, 20th century that this kind of an issue started coming up, where one culture started dominating the other, and the culture under domination was, taken up some kind of, embarrassment kind of a thing. Some of the general features of culture can be taken up like this, that a culture has content and the intent aspect of it. Particularly the intent aspect is more eulogizing, more comprehensive, more, elevated kind of a thing. So, like if I say Tiranga, so tricolor, Tiranga as 3 colors, is the content aspect of it. But so far as the intent aspect is concerned, it is very comprehensive one. So because it reflects the whole spirit of nationalism, the movement, the sacrifices, and everything else, the pride and everything else. So content and the intent aspect is very important one in cultural discourses. Then we find that in culture, there are universalistic features regarding, certain values, norms, etc., which are universal, and it can be shared with other cultures also. So, it is shareable shared with other cultures also. Cultures also create hierarchies in the society, like mainstream culture and the subaltern, majority culture and the minority culture, the culture of the literate and the culture of the illiterate. So this way a kind of hierarchy also emerges in cultural discourses. And the fourth one can be regarded as the pluralistic feature of culture, because cultures are diverse. So nature is universe. It has one language, but culture is diverse. It has two languages or more than two, kind of a thing. So it is pluralistic kind of a feature. Also, in culture, we find that there is cognitive issues which are there. There are cognitive issues, and also there are normative issues. So the cognitive aspect consists of the worldview, the apparent plurality with internal coherence, the identity, and it reflects the continuing conversation between its different traditions and the strands of thought. So the knowledge aspect also is very deeply embedded in the culture. Particularly Sri Aurobindo, when he was responding to William Archer's objections on India, he showed that how much science, astronomy, physics, mathematics, shastras, grammar, and everything else had developed in case of in Indian culture. Cognitive aspect means acting in a certain way within culture, a way of life with meaning and significance. So when you give meaning to certain things, particularly your dress, your food habits, your identity aspect, and your language, etc., so that becomes a very important one. And normative issues, they take up judging or evaluating in terms of majority and minority, mainstream and the subaltern, higher culture and the lower culture, with a view of apprehending crisis. Sometimes it happens that crisis also emerges very, very much there. Now, with this general exposition of it, I'll come to Gadamer because of the time constraint. So, 3-4 things which are very important with Gadamer's position, specifically with his book Truth and Method. I will not go into other details of it. That is, like any German philosopher, he always tries to understand a phenomenon historically. Because this doesn't happen in British philosophy particularly. And because for them, who was the first British philosopher? I think it was Bacon or Hobbes. And before that, there was no philosophy in England. There was literature. Milton and Shakespeare, they were there, but philosophy was not there. So is the case with France also. Before Descartes, who was the philosopher in France? Pierre Avila, but he was a linguistic philosopher in the 12th century. So is the case with German philosophy also. Before Leibniz and Wolff, there was no philosopher. They say that they appropriate Greek philosophy as their, predecessors because they didn't have it in the past. So Gadamer, in fact, is always fond of taking up the historical approach and also placing the role of consciousness. And then there is a very good term he has coined, that is historical distance. Because if you are very close to history, then maybe you are not able to see what is happening there. So you have to maintain little distance from the history. It may be a physical distance, it may be temporal distance also. Because if there is a war going on in the Middle East and also in Ukraine, Russia, kind of a thing, those who are really involved, they may not be able to see it so profoundly as people who are a little away from it. They can see it, its impact in the future. And maybe the time will tell us so how wrong it was or whatever. Effective history is another term which I'll clarify. Then hermeneutic circle, interplay of text and the context. These are some of the issues. There is a term, and it was coined by Herder. Herder was Immanuel Kant's student, and he was writing nationalist poems, and Kant used to review those poems. And in fact, Kant was offered to become a professor of literature, but he refused to take up that position. So Herder's writing was very critically reflected by Immanuel Kant. So, and nothing is strange about it. Even Heidegger also, he wrote for almost 10 years on Hölderlin's poem. In fact, Heidegger only made Hölderlin a philosopher. Otherwise, nobody. Likewise, Kant also made Herder a philosopher, just as Plato made Socrates a philosopher, or Nagarjuna made Buddha a philosopher. This way things go on that way. And these days, my friend Akhil Bilgami, Margaret Chatterjee, and even Richard Sorabji, they have made Gandhi also as a philosopher. There are people who are making Ambedkar also as a philosopher. Yeah. So this way the things keep on, because if philosophers are making a reflection on it, then things take a very logical form. So the term is Bildung. Bildung is not what we are, but what we ought to be. This kind of a state. So effective history and the Bildung. The overcoming of the strangeness of the phenomenon to be understood and its transformation into an object of familiarity in which the horizon of historical phenomenon and that of the interpreter become united. This is known as the effective history. So initially every phenomenon looks very strange, but then we look at the familiarity of such terms in the family of terminologies in which we are born and brought up, and we find that if there is such similarities, then it becomes effective history. In fact, Gandhi also did it. Raja Ram Mohan Roy also did it, looking at the effective aspect of it. They found that the kind of intellectual development during European Enlightenment of the 18th and early 19th century, whether those terminologies are available in the Indian texts, Vedas and Upanishads, and then trying to articulate them. Now, Bildung is not what humanity is, but what it ought to be. So it evokes the ancient mystical tradition according to which man carries in his soul the image of God. This is one of the myths. Myth cannot be lived with, but myth can explain many things. So Adam, Eve, and Apple episode as some kind of a myth. It can explain very, very many things. And when in the Genesis it is said that God created man in his own image, then this statement that man is in the image of God, this is one of the most original myths. Because man tries to, man is having it. God created man in his own image, after whom he is fashioned and which man must cultivate in himself. That man must cultivate the image of God. I can speak a lot on myth, but myth and its relation to history, how it goes about it, but let us leave it. Yeah. So for Herder, Bildung is the rising up of humanity through culture. Culture is required to elevate us. So, to make us rise up. It entails the proper cultivation of one's own innate capabilities in order to move progressively towards universal consciousness. Now, this universal consciousness is simply an idea for us towards which the culture tries to elevate human beings there. So it is an attempt to attain perfection, this kind of a thing. Humboldt also added to it, particularly with his position that Bildung can be pursued in the process of education and culture. Education could be a way of, developing the cultural dimension of it. When in our language we say Bildung, we mean something both higher and inward. Higher and inward, namely the disposition of mind, which from the knowledge and feeling of the total intellectual and moral endeavor flows harmoniously into sensibility and character. So Humboldt brought up the kind of, cultural dimension, educational dimension of it. So they have also used culture as some kind of a game. And they have taken up the position of Immanuel Kant also, duty for duty's sake, purposiveness without purpose, kind of a thing. So culture as a game, Bildung has not any purpose outside itself, evoking thus the Kantian definition of game as purposiveness without purpose. Kant, he talks about it, and particularly with reference to sportsman spirit. Sportsman spirit means that you have the purposiveness, but not the purpose. So, purposiveness without a purpose. The conception of culture as a game reflects a radically non-teleological, rather deontological nature of the educational process. Human edification, which was later on a term used by Richard Rorty in the book Mirror of Nature, aims neither at the accomplishment of objective norms nor at the interiorization of some well-defined model, but rather at an endless fight against the limitations of our prejudices. Prejudice is a very important term. I'll explain it. Prejudices. As Gadamer likes to say, that understanding is understanding differently. So this is a remarkable statement, and in the Truth and Method 1971 book he wrote about it, and that opens up the gate for plurality of perspectives. That knowledge, that understanding is understanding differently. So Bildung is openness to meaning. Now you can see that you are open to many meanings. Some kind of Vedic exhortation, Ano Bhadra Krito Yantu Vishwata. Let noble thoughts come to us from everywhere. So openness to meaning. For the purpose of application to an encounter, it means hello, I think there's some, okay. Openness. So, for the purpose of application to an encounter, it means we must be open to reforming, open to meaning and change. With Bildung, one moves from all. Dr. Monu, can you simply ask people to mute themselves?
Yes,
yeah, learns and learns to can you ask people to mute themselves, or you can mute them?
Yeah. Please mute yourself, participants. Mr. Nawaz.
Okay. So, with Bildung, one moves from all too familiar and learns to allow for what is different from oneself. This process is vital if we are to gain insight into a patient's concerns and help them to change their horizon. We must be open to their understanding. There are some of the features of the future of horizon. Around 5, 6 such features are there. So let me just briefly outline. Only one or two more slides are there. So first thing is the pre-understanding. So whenever we enter an encounter, we already have performed certain ideas. We know we are trained in certain ideas, certain bylaws. Essentially, we have a history and an understanding of the world before we begin to think about it. So we just do not begin everything out of scratch. We already have some conceptual paradigms with us. Now, in that conceptual paradigm, there are certain prejudices also involved. We all take ideas and attitudes into the situation. Gadamer calls it prejudices, not in a negative sense, but a judgment that is rendered before all elements that determine a situation have been finally examined. So some people are very hurried in making a judgment, and they must wait for understanding of the whole meaning of it. There is something which is called, another feature of it, foremeaning kind of a thing. So during an encounter, we are always assuming that it has meaning and completeness unless it is completely unintelligible. We are constantly trying to look ahead to find a meaningful understanding. This happens before we settle on our final view. But in view of Gadamer, we cannot stick blindly to our own foremeaning. If we want to understand the meaning of the other, and goes on to state that all that is asked is what we remain open to the meaning of the other. So openness to other meanings. Language and imagination also play a very important role, because language means understanding itself. Itself has a fundamental connection with language. One's own language forms the horizon of one's relation to other languages and thereby incorporates openness to other languages. So it is the language which creates some kind of strangeness or familiarity, and within which we try to work on it. Imagination, that is the scope which describes, as Einstein has said, that logic can take us from A to B, but imagination can take us everywhere. With imagination, we can move everywhere. Gadamer points out, and I quote from Truth and Method, the differentia between methodological sterility and genuine understanding is imagination. That is, the capacity to see what is questionable in the subject matter and to formulate questions that question the subject matter further. Now, the last point is about the fusion of horizon, which means that understanding is the fusion of our past and present horizon. Indeed, the present cannot be formed without the past. Past and present cannot exist without each other. And understanding is the way, the fusion of these horizons supposedly existing by themselves. Now, the last slide is what I'm going to place before you is that what do we really gain from this pluralistic perspective which Gadamer has presented before us? In the multicultural society particularly, if we have plurality of cultures, then why do we have it, and what do we gain out of it? And if we don't have it, then what are the losses that we have? So suppose I make a statement like this, that everybody has a right to live a good quality of life. And now I bifurcate this statement into two parts, that everybody has a right to live, and the second one, a good quality of life. Now, so far as the first statement is concerned, that everybody has a right to live, let us for the time being agree on it that yes, everybody has a right to live. But the second question, good quality of life, that is very problematic. Can you say that Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Buddhism, they have their own universal features, but can they give us good quality of life alone? Can Christianity give us good quality of life, or Islam or Hinduism separately? Let us think of it. Or if we have capitalism, liberalism, scientific temper, or conservatism and other sorts of nationalism, socialism, can they give us good quality of life? Then I propose that does one culture need another culture to help it understand itself better, expand its intellectual and moral horizon, stretch its imagination? I think yes. We need another culture to understand our own culture also in a much better manner. Then does it not mean that one cannot live a good quality of life within one's own culture, but rather other things being equal, one's way of life is likely to be richer if one enjoys access to other cultures, and that a culturally self-contained life is virtually not possible in a globalized and multicultural world in which we are all living. And it is in this context that Gadamar's contribution is very substantive, one looking at the plurality of understanding, more meaning, imagination, language, and everything else. So I think there are some minutes left for discussion, Dr. Munmun. So I leave it on the chair now to open it for discussion, because there are so many issues I've just cut short, but I can explain it because the time is there. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Professor Milan, please unmute yourself. Professor Milan, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I forgot to unmute. So we all of us, on behalf of the organization, organizer and participating students and young teachers, really thankful to you, sir. And culture is one thing we should all take interest, but I will not, because your presentation is self-explanatory and it has given us so many lucid ideas to apply to our own life. Not only that, and to go on thinking. So for the time being, let us open up the what they call discourse to the participants. So all of you are welcome to ask questions. From any issues Professor has touched, I am sure that by now you might be having a lot of questions. Please ask so that Professor can respond to you. I hope they're still there. Okay.
Something is coming in the chat bot.
Yeah, one has Govinda Bhattacharya, somebody. Please articulate yourself. Please ask. Okay. Oh, it is there in the chat box. Um, can anybody, Mohammed, can you please read out the two questions? It is there in chat box.
Actually,
So
sir, first
it's always,
yeah.
no, it's about robots and all that. It's there.
Okay.
So it's not referred to me.
Okay.
So,
Yes. Sir, if you allow, I have a query.
yeah, please.
Sir, I just want to know that since you have covered the tradition of Gadamar and the understanding of culture, but one thing I just want to know that in terms of understanding our subjectivity or subjective self, like we know that in German phenomenology, Husserl has this idea that we need to bracket all our presuppositions, all that related to philosophy, science, or culture, or social so that we can understand what self is or subjectivity is. So my query is that can we have an understanding of self without the understanding of our cultural or social dimension? And if we can have, if we cannot, it was in Husserl we see that he denies, to accept any kind of presupposition. In that case, how can we understand the meaning giving role of subject? So your reflection on
Yeah. Actually, if I go to Husserl, it will be very longish one. But let me take up the way Gadamer tries to understand it. Yeah. So he is not fond of bracketing the things. Rather, the bracketing also comes in a very inverted manner, because when he's talking about the fusion of horizon, we all know that horizons never meet, and they are never fused also. So if you think that that is the limit, that is the horizon, if you go there, you find that it has expanded further, kind of a thing. So what Gadamer has done is looking a very symbolic meaning of this fusion of horizon, and it takes up the role of language particularly, because a language with its meaning and significance is valid to some extent. After that, it loses its meaning, and then another term comes up, and it takes it up. So that if we take up particularly some of the borders between West Bengal and Orissa and Andhra, then you will find that people are speaking both Bengali, Oriya, and Telugu, and some other languages also. Particularly because the horizon is of a different kind than the mainstream kind of a thing which is there. Yeah. So it's that kind of phenomenon where he is looking at the role of culture, role of meaning, and the kind of, instead of subjectivity, what he is looking for is effective history. That how do you try to understand the strangeness of a particular phenomenon into the familiarity of your notions, because it is the familiarity where our subjectivity is embedded into it, but the strangeness comes as some kind of an encounter with that. But then we try to look at the merger point of view, that it may be very close to it, kind of a thing. Like nationalism, for instance, take an example of nationalism. The way nationalism was practiced by Hitler is not the same that Gandhi also practiced it. Because for Hitler, it was looking for the enemy within the society. And anti-Semitism and all that stuff comes up. But for Gandhi, it was wiping the tears of everybody. So he practiced it, though there is so much of heterogeneity in India. But still, he was trying to take them all together, because his aim was to fight against British imperialism. Yeah? So Hitler also had his own aim to fight against it. So we find that the concepts get a different meaning altogether when we look into the role of the history in which our subjectivity is embedded into it. That gives the effective aspect of it. And there he sees that the culture plays very important role. And within culture, all that stuff of Bildung and everything, purposiveness without purpose, and other such stuff start emerging into it. So we find that Gadamer's project is much wider in that sense. Yeah. So not bracketing it, but rather opening up all the brackets, so that some plurality should emerge. You see, in 1935 and 1971, big difference. So Husserl's position of 1930s is something which was like that. It was Second World War period, and then personal losses and everything. If I go to Husserl, I'll get lost. So I come to Gadamer only, because Gadamer is also that kind of a person, but anyway, it can be managed. Yeah. So this is.
Sir, there is one question from one Govinda. His question is debate between Gadamar and Habermas on culture.
Oh, yeah. Again, you are bringing me to that aspect of Husserl. And Habermas is again very, very important philosopher. In fact, I had opportunity to interact with him in 2008 for 5-6 hours together. So Habermas, and in fact, again the same problem comes before me, that the way Habermas is trying to understand Husserl and the way Gadamer understands Husserl is something which is something very different. Look at the kind of three worlds of which in his communicative action Habermas articulates about it: the world of nature, the world of our ideas, social world, and the world of person's own self, within which he formulates the three layers of meaning. The nature is where we find the objectivity prevails, the truth prevails, and in the social where norms prevail, and in the subjectivity where language and meaning and signification comes up very substantially. So universal pragmatics is that kind of a pragmatic element is there in with the Gadamer also, and that way they share the platform also together. But then the debate will take up. If you can just organize another meeting for Husserl, Heidegger, and Habermas, Gadamer, then Paul Ricoeur, everybody here. So then it becomes a kind of that kind of substantive thing. So I appreciate if some questions on culture is raised, and the way Gadamer is trying to articulate culture in terms of hermeneutics, because hermeneutics is the main thing which I'm looking for.
Any more questions? Participants are most welcome with your questions, relevant questions to Professor's lecture.
Maybe they are waiting for your observation. So because you gave very substantive observation on Professor Pradhan presented the paper about AI and things like that. So that was very, very interesting thing.
Yes, sir. So Munmun, what should we do? Is there any more questions in the box, chat box?
Yes, there is no questions, sir.
I think Professor also might be tired because, I don't know, because Husserl I've been teaching, and Heidegger also. Hermeneutics from this year we have stopped. I don't know why I was not consulted.
Okay.
These are all areas of my interest. But the thing is, somebody who has been teaching Gadamer also, Husserl and Heidegger, I found myself this small and naive kind of thing after listening to you, sir. And so comprehensive and depth and the scope you have actually deliberated upon is very, 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 very helpful to me personally, sir. And definitely the participants here also, even including Munmun and others, might have been really, really, helpful to you. But there is one thing, sir, I would like to ask you. Was there anything like Husserl, later Husserl was a little impacted by Heidegger?
Later Husserl.
Yes, sir.
So you see, many times it happens that you mean which phase of Husserl you were talking about? The late 1935 on afterwards, after 1935 onwards? Yeah, That was the period when Heidegger was making reflection on Hölderlin's writings.
Okay.
Yeah. So 1935 to 1945 period. So that was the period. The way I understand, 2-3 philosophers. Let me take up 3 philosophers: Plato, Hegel, and Marx on the one side, Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Foucault on the other. So for Plato, Hegel, and Marx, they saw the world. They found that there are, various things which are alienating in the world. There is suffering, there is alienation. They made a plan to overcome the kind of limitations, constraints, and the ramifications which are there. And they had a project for the future. Finality also. Plato, Hegel, and Marx, they had it. But if we look at Nietzsche, Heidegger, and even to a great extent Michel Foucault also, so they also saw that the world is limited, it is constrained, there is alienation, there is suffering, exploitation, war, and all sorts of things. But instead of trying to solve these problems and prepare a plan for the future, they went back into the past. That why at all this thing is there. Nietzsche went to the Apollonian and Dionysian aspect of it. Heidegger went in search for the understanding of the being into the early Greek philosophers, then pre-Socratic philosophers, where he was trying to find out the ontology and their emergence of metaphysics with Plato onwards. But in the ontology also, he was not able to find it out the kind of expectations he had about the notion of being. He became a poet there. His poetic writings became some kind of, which is called unconcealment. It was something which was revealing itself, coming out of itself, kind of a thing. That way, in fact, he is breaking the what is called the brackets about it. So, moving forward to what Husserl has done, that you have created epoche and bracketing and all that stuff comes up. But Heidegger has his own way of doing philosophy. Yeah, some similarities do emerge in the process of that development, and so is the case with Michel Foucault, and later on with Jacques Derrida has a different kind of a connotation. In fact, initially I had thought of speaking on Derrida, but then I thought people have been, speaking on Derrida for many times, and let me just take up Gadamer this time. And Gadamer I teach also to some of my MA final students in JNU and some PhD students also. They are there. So I thought that so far the hermeneutic aspect is concerned, this will bring us to the level of multicultural dimension of it. So because 1970 onwards, that problem is addressed by Gadamer only. It was not done by either Husserl or Heidegger or even Foucault. Derrida has done it because he lived that long. 2005 he died, and so that thing is there. But the debate between Derrida and Gadamer also did not come out with anything substantive. Rather, the debate between Habermas and Derrida after the Second World War on Iraq in 2003, so when he was applying for appealing for that the second war is something which is there is some message which has come up. Yeah, I'll just see it. So what is the debate between Gadamer and Habermas on culture? So Jürgen Habermas argues that there are limitations to the scope of hermeneutical analysis. Yes, right. He notes this mode of analysis considers interpretation only in terms of everyday language, rather than in terms of the forms of social life. Would you like to highlight the issues regarding Gadamer? Gadamer, in fact, he goes beyond that. So for him, the effective history and overcoming of the prejudices and the role of imagination it becomes some kind of, it gives a holistic picture of it. Whereas Habermas is, confining it to some extent, to the level of the language which has developed and the meaning and significance which has emerged. In the three layers of the world, he has constructed the world of nature, the world of society, and the world of one's own kind of a thing. And then the kind of norms which are there, the truth, sincerity, and other things which are there.
Sir, this is Shailendra from Magad University.
Yes, Dr. Salim. Nice.
Sir, I have just a small query that all the concept of consciousness in different school of Indian philosophy, do they really have some impact of culture? That's why they are differ in nature with each other. Can we see some impression?
You see, so far as Indian culture is concerned, so there, in fact, let me just begin with the Vedas which are there, Upanishads, epics, Puranas, and then you have Bhakti period, and then the modern period, kind of a thing. It has been going on. So it is generally said that the plurality, that truth is one, but reality is one, but it is appreciated by the educated people, learned people differently. So, ekam sat vipra baudha vadam. That plurality is the act of philosophizing. This kind of phenomenon, that plurality is there, everywhere, in our thought, in our relationships, even the nature in which we live, and the kind of traditions which are there, Jaina tradition, Buddhist traditions, and then a lot of other traditions, Vedanta tradition, and everywhere we find that plurality is a kind of act of philosophizing there. And then let the noble thought comes to us from everywhere. So this is something which is perennially there. When Britishers came up and they tried to understand Indian culture in like this. First, they found that in the West, individualism has developed, but in India, collectivity prevails very substantially. Joint family and relationships, community life, and everything in collectivity is there. And they also found that in the West, there is a historicity, and Heidegger's own book, Truth and Method, that also is some kind of historicity, they talk about it. But in India, there is a kind of continuity which is there. They think that the values are continuously, they have been there, some kind of Sanatan kind of a term they have floated, that it has been there continuously. So nothing new has emerged. The third one is that the hierarchy which we find in Indian culture, and in the West we find that equality is something which is prevailing, equality before law and other things. And in India they find that equality is there. So hierarchy kind of a thing. And finally, the secular aspect which has emerged in the West, as in India we have what they call as the some kind of transcendent world. So these are the various complex issues which are there. But the most interesting thing will be if you read Sri Aurobindo's Foundations of Indian Culture, in which William Archer, he has raised 7 objections to Indian culture. The book was written in 1918. That is India Civilized by William Archer. Then Sri Aurobindo started writing, responding to it in articles, 6-7 articles he wrote against that book. From 1921 onwards, he started writing on it. And then later on, after his death, in 1952, it was compiled and arranged and came out in a book form. So there, he has taken up Indian culture in terms of knowledge-centric tradition, and in which, knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, knowledge of physics, medicine, knowledge of shastras, vyakarana, grammar, and composition of disciplines like shastra tradition. So all these things have been very well articulated. And then the kind of manifestations which we find in art, music, literature, architecture, along with science and technology, that is also very substantially there. So that shows that in India, the plurality of culture is there, but then there is underlying unity also between them. So plurality is not something which is fragmenting everything. There is underlying unity, the divinity, the universality, which also prevails. This you can see even in the Bhakti movement also, from 9th century to 19th century, 1000 years time. So there different divinities emerged, but still there is underlying unity between them. And during modern times also, if we take up Vivekananda, and because the kind of challenges which Vivekananda was facing was not the same which Shankaracharya had faced. Because now Vivekananda has to face different Vedanta against modern skepticism of David Hume and others, and also the development of Newtonian physics, modern science. So modern science, you have to defend Vedanta in terms of modern science and also against skepticism. And this was a new challenge which came up, and he was trying to do that thing, that how much physics is there in India. And for that, the studies on physics is also required, and then metallurgy and other things. Sri Aurobindo has given profound analysis of it. So what he has done is that he has classified Indian culture into 3 aspects: Vidya, Sadhana, and Kala. Vidya we find in the book like Human Cycle and Life Divine. And sadhana we find in the Integral Yoga, Synthesis of Yoga. And Kala we find in the Savitri. So in a way, he was impressed by what Aristotle has done or Immanuel Kant had done. Aristotle has done theoretical science, practical science, and productive science. So in the theoretical science, you have pure physics and knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and metaphysics, etc. And in the practical, you have the Nicomachean ethics, and in the productive, you have the aesthetic creation, or Kant, pure reason, practical reason, and the judgment. And Sri Aurobindo, Vidya, Sadhana, and Kala, kind of 3 branches, because human mind has these 3 things: knowing, willing, and feeling aspects of it. Yeah. So he was trying to give an integrated approach. In Kant, it is fragmented, but later, maybe in the critique of judgment, he was trying to make a synthesis of it. But in Sri Aurobindo, we find that it becomes a way of life. Culture becomes a way of life, lived life, in which, philosophy, science, and yoga, meditation, everything go together. So it's very huge question you have raised, and it requires a lot of elaboration to it. Yeah. Thank you very much for.
Thank you so much, sir. You are like an encyclopedia always, sir, for us. Thank you so much, sir. Pradhan.
Pradhan.
Is there any more questions? The questions are really good questions, and
thank you, sir.
And sir's professor's response itself is very educative, and we have to thank you, sir, for helping us to know your mind, and you have opened up to another horizon, a future horizon for a few possible dialogue, sir. to go on. Very wonderful, beautiful. So, Munwan, is there any more questions in the chat box?
No, chat bot is empty now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this very, very detailed discussion on Indian understanding of and how the influence of culture is we see in Indian thinking. And it was really a nice, very detailed discussion, sir. Thank you for enriching, sir. And I also thank Professor Milan for this. For chairing this session, for coordinating this session. Sir, you also have a paper today evening, Professor Milan and Professor Thanesha Timalsina. We have two more lectures today evening from 6:30 onwards. And tomorrow, probably Professor R.P. Singh, sir, we request you to chair the session, evening session.
Okay, tomorrow actually I'm going out. So,
Okay.
yeah, tomorrow
Okay.
I'm not here.
Okay.
So I'll be traveling that time. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So, okay, sir. Okay, thank you so much, sir, for all your insights, for sharing your valuable ideas and insights with us. And thanks all our participants for being with us. We again have two more very interesting talks today evening. So please join us and let's wind up